So good morning and welcome to day 2 of Ahmedabad Design Week 5.0 India Able. After a string of amazing speaker sessions, we are here bringing you more sessions with amazing speakers, more workshops and craft workshops as well. I am Anaita from the Department of Fashion and Lifestyle and I'll be your host for today. I request everybody to kindly turn your phones on silent for the entire duration of the session. So we kickstart today with our first speaker, Mr. Gautam Vazirani. Gautam has over 16 years of leadership experience in the fashion and lifestyle sector in India, working with corporates like Raymond, Mahindra & Mahindra, and Reliance Industries Limited. He championed the movement for sustainability in the Indian fashion industry. As the fashion curator at Lakme Fashion Week, he conceptualized and executed path-breaking initiatives with various designers, brands, textile companies, artisans, NGOs, Ministry of Textile, and the UN in India, among others. He has been featured in prestigious publications like Vogue, Harper's Bazaar, Elle, Grazia, and acknowledged with the GQ 50 Most Influential Young Indians Award. Realizing the importance of designing a life filled with sustainable happiness, Gautam began full-time pursuit of Vedanta, India's ancient philosophy, under the philosopher Swami A. Parthasarathi. He has completed a unique 3-year residential course at the Academy and continues to stay there as an alumnus, working for the higher cause of welfare of humanity. Gautam's mission in life is to share enriching eternal insights from this ancient philosophy in a practical, contemporary manner to help individuals and organizations achieve a balanced and fulfilling existence. Please join me in welcoming Gautam Vazirani on stage. I now request Head of Institution, UID, Colonel Surojit Bose, to please come up and felicitate our guest. Thank you, Colonel, sir, and over to you, Gautam.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I think everybody's still sleeping. Friday night. Is it late night? I said, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you. I'm not that old. You can call me Gautam also. Just because I'm supposed to be from the spiritual world doesn't mean I'm sir. But yeah, thanks for having me here. Thank you so much to everyone. And to begin with, today's session is called, what is it called? Who said that? Kavya is the organizer of the session. No points for her saying that. So yeah, I don't know what is this design ka DNA, to be honest. So I'm going to explore with you as we go through this 1 hour journey together. So I hope everyone's alert and I need your participation in whatever ideas we share and we discuss today. So to begin with, I'm from Vedanta. I'm a Vedanta speaker, so which means there is a subject called Vedanta. So has anybody heard of this before? Somebody like me got onto your schedule and you saw the word Vedanta? Any hands, anybody who's heard of Vedanta? Only one person? Excellent. Yes, sir. So, do you know anything about it, like what it is?
Yeah, so in our Sanatan Dharma, we have a lot of ways to worship the Divine. So one of these ways is Vedantic. Then there is Upanishad ways. Then there is a way where in a sabun form, one you can worship as a form and one you can worship as a formless. So we have a choice.
ये सर बहुत बड़ा बड़ा बात कर रहे हैं, but this much तो knowledge I also don't have, you know, of Vedanta. But I think in very simple terms, if I was to tell you, because I've been on this journey full time for the last 4 years, and just before COVID, I joined an academy which is near Lonavala. You know Lonavala, right? It's a hill station about 100 kilometers from Mumbai. So just before COVID, I joined this place in Jan 2020, and that was the best decision because we have a beautiful campus of 25 acres, just like your campus. And I was inside there for 3 years, full time. I did not wear mask. I did not have any restrictions. I wasn't, you know, homebound or anything like that. And I studied this philosophy there. We have a structured course. So just to sum it up, Vedanta is basically a manual for life. So when you buy anything, any gadget, any device, you get a manual, na? Us manual pe instructions. Who all are okay with Hindi? All of us are. Huh? Or not okay with Hindi, I should have asked. Anybody not okay with Hindi? Oh, great. So jaise, oh yeah, of course. Where are you from? Which country? Netherlands, yeah. We'll try and get Hindi there soon. So as you buy any gadget, any device that you buy will have a manual. It will tell you the instructions, you know, how to use that, how to operate it. Similarly is the philosophy of Vedanta. It basically provides a manual because हम लोग सबको क्या लगता है ना कि we all know how to live our lives. So we are very confident, but I have discovered that at least I didn't know, or I still don't know how to live life, you know. Because we are born, we go through school, we go through college, then of course parents, our natural teachers at home, जो हमको सब सिखाते ही रहते हैं. And then of course we have our friends, our relatives, we have a lot of teachers that we don't want but keep teaching us. Then we come into formal education, you know, pay our fees and also learn. And then somewhere we think, you know, that yeah, we know how to figure out things in life. So Vedanta is actually a philosophy which only focuses on the human being and what is inside the human being that we'll find today. And then you start understanding yourself, and when you start understanding yourself, your own personality, your own mind, then you start understanding that what is it that I need to do or not in this life. Till then it is all trial and error. You know, we just keep experimenting with ideas that we pick up, and then we somehow go through ups and downs, and some people become successful, some people are like wherever they are, and some people just don't care, you know, they're like, देखेंगे चलेगा जो होता है देखेंगे, you know. I'm too young now, which I think some of you are like that over here, right? Huh? Anyways, so oh, I need a clicker for the. So that was supposed to be just a little bit of information on what Vedanta is, but then moving on, we are going to now study about what is deoxyribonucleic acid, because Kavya ने आज का session रखा है design का DNA, and when you try to understand the word DNA, it literally means deoxyribonucleic acid, right? Is it true or am I just making it up? It's true, no? So it's a very medical term, right? Anybody who can explain to me what this means, like in one line, you know, what does this DNA thing mean? Anybody wants to try? Because it took me quite a bit of time to decode this. So I don't know if there's somebody who can help. Anyways, so DNA जो होता है, again, just to sum it up, it's an instruction manual which basically makes you what you are. So how you look, how you function, all your organs, even your eyes, everything is because of DNA. So DNA is that information which is contained in your cells that makes you the way you are. So it makes everybody very unique. You know, that's the literal meaning of DNA. तो मुझे नहीं पता काव्या ने DNA क्यों रखा डिजाइन का, but maybe इसके पीछे कुछ, there must be some, you know, meaning. So when it comes to design का DNA, So when it comes to design ka DNA, then what do you think? Now DNA we've understood is the instruction manual responsible for making who you are. You know, in the sense how you function, your body. So what do you think is design ka DNA? What makes design? And DNA is responsible for making each person or each being unique. So what do you think is, what makes design? Anything that is designed is unique, right? How many design students are here? Literally everyone. I should have asked how many non-design students are here. Non-design? Which discipline?
UIT, United Institute of Technology.
Technology.
Yeah.
Apart from technology? Media. Media design is brother sister. Then PR. Career has been PR, marketing, media. डिजाइन का भी डीएनए क्या होता है? We've understood DNA, right? Right? Have we? So what is design का DNA? What makes design unique? You know, what is it that is in design that contains the information that makes that design what it is? See, what is design firstly? It's some kind of a form, some kind of a drawing, sketch, or some kind of a plan. Some plan, you can say. I mean, nowadays everything is design. Process is design, everything is design. Design thinking is the new buzzword, no? Everywhere. So, if design is all that, and then how is design like that, you know? Design means there must be somebody who is a designer. Who said that? Very good. Hang on. I thought you would say God. So, design is a plan or a form or a structure, and for that to happen, there is a designer, right? Now, if design is information which is unique, then who is responsible for planning that information? The designer, like our friend said. And that means there is some tool that he has used to plan that form or structure, right? Something has been used to do that. So what is that tool? Guys, I need you to think. What is that tool? Is it some software? Is it some hardware? Huh? Somebody said Adobe? Who said Adobe? Sorry, what did you say? Say loudly, say clearly. It's okay. There are no marks being given here, you know. किसी को pass या fail नहीं करने वाले हम लोग. You can say whatever you want freely. So some designer has to use some tool, something that makes that design, that plan, that form, which is unique, right? So is that tool what? Is it Adobe? Is it Sigma? It's creativity. Who said that? Wow. You're coming close to what I'm trying to pin down to. But I have a lot to say on this creativity. Anyways, creativity. ठीक है. So creativity is that tool, and creativity is basically what? When you're being creative, what are you doing? Ideas, thinking. Who said thinking? Very good. So thinking. See, everything starts from thinking, right? Without thinking, how can you be creative? You know? See, the whole thing is, everybody thinks, you know, designers are like visual people, it's all visualization, right? But what is visualization at the end of the day? Let me help you. So we have a friend from the US. He's a graphic designer, Mr. Saul Bass, or Bass, and he says, design is thinking made visual. So it's nothing but thinking. You know, when you're visualizing also, it's thinking. It's thinking more graphically. You're trying to imagine something. So the point is that that tool which makes design ka DNA is your visualization, is your creativity, is your thinking. Right? Am I right or I'm going off track? You can correct me, you can share some, because you guys are now actual designers, you all are studying every day. So if there's anything from your professors or from your curriculum, you can correct me. You can tell me, nahi, nahi, sir, this is, or Gautam, this is right, this is not right. ठीक है? So when we say design ka DNA, it is all comes down to the way a designer plans or formulates that structure or form, and that is nothing but thinking. So your thinking creates design ka DNA, my thinking creates my design ka DNA, and no two designers will have the same thinking. Everyone will have a very, very unique approach. Exactly like the human DNA, which codes information in our cells, which makes everybody unique. Like no two people have the same bodies, the same, cell structure, the same whatever physical functions. In a similar way, my design ka DNA will be very different from your design ka DNA. So the point is that that visualization and that creativity is nothing but thinking. In fact, thinking, sorry, I forgot to introduce that Saul Bass is an American. Who knows Saul Bass? Who knows this American, Mr. Saul? He's considered a leader, right? So he's the guy who was responsible for creating a logo of AT&T, which is a very famous blue color logo. So thinking is a very important power that we have as humans. See, on this particular planet, you can't expect, all of us know that people tree that we go and pray to in temples. How many of us have prayed to the people tree? It's considered a very divine tree. You have, right? People tree can think. You think people tree can think? But we pray to the people tree as if it has some thinking power to bless us. So we can't expect a plant to think. Can we expect an animal to think? Huh? Who all have pets here? Do your pets think? Do you have conversations with, I'm sure you have conversations with your pet, but do you get answers back? Do you go and discuss, aaj ye hua class mein, today this person said this, I was quite disturbed. What do you think I should do? What's your opinion? Does your pet give you some solutions or answers? Huh? If you feel you're getting it, don't tell us. But that's your relationship with your pet. But yeah, no animal can think. Similarly, no plant can think. So the thinking capacity is actually in a human being. And that's a gift that we have got. And there's a lady there listening to something on headphones. Next to you. Are you listening to something on headphones? Oh, great. Then put her on speaker. I would also like to speak to her. Why should you alone get pleasure of talking to your mom? Sure, no problem. Anyways, coming back. So, we as humans have 3 powers. One of them is definitely thinking. Thinking, reflecting, visualizing, imagination, whatever you say, whatever words you use, it all comes down to thinking. Analyzing, investigating, trying to clarify, trying to contemplate, all these fancy words that we use, it all boils down to nothing but thinking. And design as a process needs to use this particular power. Otherwise, that thinking will not result in a good design. Thinking is not the only power that we have. We have 3 powers. So just to introduce what the human personality is like, which I'm sure you know because you yourselves are humans. So we have thinking and reflection as one power. So that's your buddhi. So Vedanta, the ancient Indian science, will say that that's the buddhi in you or the intellect in you. How many people have heard the word buddhi or intellect? So you've not heard what's buddhi or intellect? You've never heard buddhi, intellect? you have, right? So that's your buddhi and intellect which thinks. Then there is something in you which feels. Feeling is very different from thinking. So this we need to be very clear about, that feeling, all these emotions, all these things, that the experiences that we have, it's very different. That's in Vedanta, that's called the mind, manas. One is buddhi, one is manas. See, these are your tools. So as designers, you get trained in Adobe, you get trained in Sigma, AutoCAD, or whatever software you use. But these are your internal tools. And until the time you don't understand these internal tools, and you don't know where you stand with these internal tools, what's your capacity, till then you won't be able to harness your personality in such a way so as to use something external outside and achieve what you need to achieve. So our focus is what to use, some fancy software or hardware. We'll buy this. I have an amazing iMac, 27 inches, on which I do a lot of content, and all that, cost a bomb. But can I use that iMac for something cool and original and creative unless I don't have the right thinking or planning or visualizing or creativity? That iMac will be there only, It's a machine, it can't do anything on its own. So how we use the external tools depends on how well we understand our internal tools, and then what is our current capacity and what we need to do to improve. And that's where Vedanta comes in. It helps you, each one, to understand, because no two people have the same thinking. Just like the DNA in your cell, in the body, no two people have the same thoughts and thinking. You do project works or you do independent, you do project works, na, वहाँ पे होता है ना debate, इसका idea अच्छा है कि this one's idea is better, and everybody's like, are there arguments and all that they happen, right? And then why do they happen? Why everybody doesn't agree? Because no two people have the same ideas. No two people have the same thinking. So similarly, when I understand my internal tools, and I understand where do I stand with regards to my thinking capacity, where do I stand with regards to my feeling capacity, am I a very emotional person, or am I a very analytical person, then we can work towards where what are the weaknesses are, where the gaps are. And once we work on our gaps or weaknesses or tools which are not so optimized, then we start growing in life. Just by learning amazing software and joining a fancy university and all, it's not going to work fully. And why some people excel, same classroom, same university, same teacher, same curriculum, why somebody is a top student, why somebody is an average student, why somebody doesn't care. Why is that? Because everybody has access to the same resources, same tools, everything, that a university gives you. It's because your internal tools, these three internal tools, are not that developed. Some people have it naturally, some people have worked on it unknowingly, some people just don't care. How many just don't care over here? You can tell me. It's fine. I'm not going to judge you. This is a safe space. You have a safe space now in your university. Kavya? Kavya's gone. She got bored already. Okay, so, and the last is your physical body. Your physical body has the power to observe. When I say observe, it means to perceive. Your perceptions. You all have eyes, I hope, with which you are seeing the slides and me. You all have ears, you have nose to smell, you have skin to touch, right? You guys are looking at me as if I'm saying something which is unheard of, So, you use all your perception powers basically to take in the information from the world. Especially when you're a designer, you use whatever perception. If you're an audio designer, you use your hearing capacity. If you're a fashion designer, you'll use your tactile capacity and your visual capacity for colors and all that. So we use our perception capacity to take in the information, and based on the information we take in, then we have an experience of that, which is our feeling. And when we process our information, and we analyze कि क्या सही है, क्या गलत है, do I need to use this or not, is this going to work for my project or not, then it's going to be thinking and reflection. So the human personality actually moves in 3 levels. And these are the processes which are happening inside each one of us, knowingly, unknowingly. बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया ना आज के लिए. This is nothing. There's a lot coming. So, apart from the gross personality which can perceive and observe, there's also you have hands and legs and eating and all that. So you have the capacity to act. You know, your hands, legs, and everything, with which you actually move around in the world and you do things. So, friends, these 3 powers are very important for you to note. And the fact that when you work on each one of these, because we take it for granted, we feel like, you know, in fact, creativity, ma'am said creativity is considered like that, you know what, today I'm not feeling very creative, I'm not in the zone. How many of us say that, you know, I'm not in the zone, I'm like so bored, so proudly you are raising your hand. I thought, this is the place where you will not raise your hands, you know. Things which are obvious are not raising your hands. My God, it's a very boisterous generation. बहुत हो गया, you know, today I'm not in the mood. I'm not able to like do something creative. How many? So, anyways, I don't want to know again how many of us feel that. So, this is how creative people are supposed to be, you know, eccentric, unpredictable, and today suddenly there's a rush of, you know, passion, tomorrow is completely flat, isn't it? And we tell ourselves this, we justify and we get away with it also. Uska thoda aisa hai, you know, he's like a creative person. And then we just discount the whole thing. So, in fact, I have another friend who is telling us that he's a French poet called, see, I found all these quotes for you guys. I've done some work. I've not just come here with some knowledge of Vedanta from Bhagavad Gita Upanishads. I've gone to your zone to find stuff which is relevant for you guys and linking it with Vedanta, making it relevant. Otherwise you will think कि ये आया बहुत सारा अपना spiritual ज्ञान देके चला गया. You will just forget it. So our friend Pierre Revedi, who is a French poet, is telling us that creativity is nothing but to think more efficiently. So ma'am said creativity is that DNA, that tool, the DNA which makes a design unique. But what is creativity is again thinking more efficiently. It's not just going along with whatever you feel or your thoughts are. So one thing is your mind just feels something, you know, so those thoughts are like in a flow. One thing is then your intellect, your buddhi comes in and gives a direction. And that direction is basically nothing but thinking more efficiently. So when you say efficiently, you mean thinking with a purpose, thinking with some direction, with some clarity, with some goal, with some ambition. Otherwise, it's just creativity is just whatever, you know. आज तुमने ऐसी drawing बनाई, कल तुमने कुछ और किया. It just doesn't achieve any purpose. See, unless you are efficient with your thinking, with your tools inside, then you won't be able to be a successful designer. That's where I'm coming to ultimately. That what is it that will make us, you know, great designers for tomorrow? As you know, the world is getting more and more complex, complicated, competitive. So what is it that makes you stand out is how honed your internal tools are. You guys are getting what I'm trying to say, right? Upstairs, downstairs, back row. So guys, this creative thinking with direction, with purpose is something that's always been there in our country. In fact, our country's wealth is basically deep thinking, you know, deep wisdom, which is what Vedanta stands for. And the philosophy of Vedanta actually originated thousands and thousands of years. There's no author. It's not a religion. There's no founder, unlike religions, you know. There's a founder for Christianity, there's a founder for Islam, there's a founder for Buddhism or Jainism. So there's no founder for Vedanta because these are all anonymous sages and saints who were in the Himalayas, isolated. You know, when you're working on a project, how you isolate yourself, you work with your thoughts, you keep experimenting. Exactly that's what they did, you know. They were concerned about philosophy for life and living, so they isolated themselves in the Himalayas. Because now you can't, because everything in the Himalayas has become tourism. Us time pe, thousands of years back, you could go there and you could contemplate, you know, on deep facts of life. What you might be doing now in your room or whatever, these sages did thousands of years back, thinking. And what I want to take you to is a very interesting symbol of Indian thinking or Indian design, which is our temple. So the Indian temple, not just, see, of course we have temples now everywhere. Each temple has become like this amazing piece of architecture. But actually, if you ask me, originally Indian temple was a symbol that signified some deep wisdom in it, you know. So nothing was designed with some meaning or some wisdom in it. It was all symbolic. It all had some substance, you know, which gave a huge message, but all manifested into one particular structure. So the ancient sages designed the traditional Orthodox Indian temples, which you still get to see. I think has anybody seen a traditional Orthodox temple, like in South India somewhere? Has anybody seen? Which one have you seen, sir?
So I'm from Chennai, so there's temple there.
Chennai. So it's everywhere.
So there's this specific temple in Chennai called Kapaleshwar.
Which one?
Kapaleshwar.
How old is it?
What's the question?
How old is the temple?
How old? I'm not very sure about how old it is, but it's been there in Chennai for a very long time. I would say I'm not sure about the approximate years.
So these traditional temples, basically, their design depicts nothing but the human personality. You know, we studied the human personality, na? This is the human personality, right? So these temples which were designed show the human personality, or rather represent the human personality, and then give you the formula of how to improve as human beings. It's all contained in the design of the temple. But how many of us, you know that? Because over a period of time, we've lost this precious piece of information. So if you can see currently the temple design on the screen, every traditional Indian temple or this Kapaleshwar temple in Chennai, like you're saying, it would have an outer passage. That outer passage is basically open air. Then it has a second passage inside, which has a roof, you know. You can't just reach the deity. See, every temple has a deity, an idol, right? How many of us go to the temple? Almost everybody is going. Okay, great. I thought this generation was not interested in temple, God. I don't know. Some people just spread all this information. Anyways, so the deity's outer passage, which is open air, is supposed to signify the human body. Because what does the human body do? Like we studied in the human personality, observes and acts. So it's taking in information from the world, is engaging with the world, right? Right? So, see, this is all factual stuff I'm saying. I'm not inventing anything. You guys are looking at me as if I've created all this info. I'm just telling you what exactly is happening every day with us. So because the human personality observes and acts, all the time engaged with the world, all the time all the information coming through all our senses. So that is represented by this outer passage, which is open. So that's your body, you know. Whatever body you can see my body, your body, that is the body that engages with the world, takes in information. And then you have the capacity to feel and think and reflect. That is your inner personality. So inside wala jo passage hai, that's your inner personality. That's your buddhi and manas, that's your mind and intellect. So when you go inside, it's covered, you know. So inside this body, what is covered is your mind and intellect, which you can't see. I can't see your mind and intellect. In fact, I don't want to see. If I see, I'll be horrified because you might be giving me some comments right now. You know? What if each one of us could see each other's, hear each other's mind? Where would we be? So that's your inner personality, which can't be seen. Then when you basically cross over your body and all the involvement you have with the world, when you go into your own thoughts and minds, you become an introverted. You know, there are extroverted, introverted people. So those who only stay in the outside world and all the time are the extroverted people. Those who like to be within their own thoughts and feelings, which I think we are all a mix of introverted, extroverted people. So then, being inside with your own thoughts and feelings is being introverted. That is the inside design of the temple. And when you cross over all that, and then there is something within you which is supposed to be what? Which we don't know. What's that? I think everybody, whether it's Indian, foreigner, everybody has that word, you know, that they use, that they pray to, when they're disturbed, they want to ask something. What is that word that we pray to? Where? Who do you go to visit in a temple? God. Who do you go to visit in a temple? God. God. Why am I so scared to say God? Okay? Each one of you are, at least we have been told by our sages that each one of you are God. God is within you. At least we have been told. We don't know that. Why are you so scared to say God? And this temple design is actually basically symbolic of that, you know. And because we don't know, how many of us know that there is God within us? My God. Sir, you should be standing here instead of me. What's your name? Arun. There's one sage between us. But have you found it? No. Otherwise you won't be sitting here. We'll be teaching you. So, because we don't know, but we are told that, you know, there is that thing in within you. You know, a lot of fancy terms are used, that light within you, that supreme being, and we say Vedanta, Atman, Brahman, then God, then pure consciousness, universal, higher power. I don't know, whichever word you use for God, it's the same thing. It's God. Basically, it's unknown. Nobody knows it. So that unknown thing is signified inside the temple in that dark room. So you have to enter that dark room, and then there's little light which the priest will burn. I don't know if this happens in Kapaleshwar. It's the same thing. And then you can see the deity. You know? So that means you have to do some spiritual effort to reach that God within, because it's unknown. But I'm not going to go too much in that, thankfully. But just to let you know that that thing which is responsible for us to think, to feel, to perceive, to act, you know, that makes us do all these things, that enables us, is that God, is that self. So we use the word self in Vedanta with a capital S. Small self is your personality. You know, so Gautam Vazirani is a small self. It's just a personality, just an individuality. But the big S is that which is in you, that which is in me. That makes us the same. But we are all busy looking at small selves, you know, and then arguing with the small selves. You said this, I said this. Your idea is this, my idea is better. How many people are trying to fight for their ideas? Okay? Promptly you raise your hand. Actually, designer's life is supposed to fight for, you know what? What is a designer's life? It's a fight. That's true. But what is the fight against? You raise your hand first, now you tell us. Loudly. Mic.
Mostly when it's in like a group project or someone else has taken your idea, they're like, so sometimes whenever you tell someone your idea and they tell, so nahi mera idea, when you've obviously come up with it first and you have all the evidence. So that
Plagiarism.
It's in a fight on who gets the idea first, or you know, who does the work more. That's it.
So designers fight is against plagiarism, copyright. Huh? That's true. But there's something more deeper than that you fight against. See, why do you need to design? Why can't you just things be as they are? Why do you need to come up with some idea and make it something, you know? Why do you need to do all that? You know, everybody feels inspired okay, let's do something. Okay, this is what's been done. I want to do something different. Why do you want to do something different? Because there's that thing, huh? What change? Why do you need to? That's what I'm asking, ma'am. You're giving other words to me. With time, life evolves. Why life needs to evolve? Why can't we stay there only? That's what I'm asking. Intelligently, you're giving me other same thing, beating around the bush. This is actually the true quality of professors. They just amazingly give intelligent. Huh? Why do you need to do things for convenience? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're very close. But if something is not convenient, then you want to make it more convenient, right? So, yeah, you can say that. Ultimately, see, we are not happy with the way things are. We feel it's ugly. Designers are fighting always to basically remove ugliness or inconvenience, in other words, you know. So designers are always fighting against ugliness. And then that inspiration will come, right? Because you want to fight. You know, a very interesting story about two designers who were discussing, you know, that what's your inspiration, how do you think, what's your process like, and what do you go through and all that. So one designer was giving a huge eloquent speech about what's my process like, how do I think, and I research all this, and I look at different, whatever the works are in my field, and then I sit, you know, in deep meditation, sometimes maybe under the tree or by the river, then I get some lightning thought, you know, from somewhere, and then, you know, I'm thinking. Suddenly I get this thought, you know, I'm like, wow, I can see now something that I couldn't see earlier. And I quickly go to, you know, my sketching board and I make something. And then, you know, wow, I created something original, you know. So like, that's my inspiration process. And then that guy, who spent so much time explaining his inspiration process, asked the other guy, okay, what is your inspiration process, you know? You asked me what is my inspiration process, what is your inspiration process? So this other guy is actually quite shocked, you know, listening to this huge speech from this guy. So the other guy is thinking and says, my inspiration process is actually deadline. Until I don't know what the deadline is and it's not on my head, I don't actually move, you know, and think and do some work. So deadline is my ultimate inspiration. How many of us actually work only because of deadline? My God. How proudly you all are raising hands, man. I'm really like impressed, huh? But as I said, this is a safe space. I'm not going to judge you. And I'm sure you don't care about others also. That's why you're raising your hand. Excellent. So, friends, like we went through the Indian temple thing, what we ultimately need to understand, rather, you know, coming to this again, that this thinking that we have to do now, it has to be something very, very independent, and it should, see, what happens is you can think, okay, but how do you think? You just, whatever people have done, you just take that. And then you just try to, somebody came up with this idea that design is, you know, it's just putting things together, isn't it? Have you heard that before? This is rearranging elements, you know, what is already done. Huh? You know this now, what I'm saying? Or whatever has been done, you know, this has been done in fashion also. I've seen, okay, one person started this genderless, you know, trend. Especially when I was fashion curator, this whole genderless trend started. One person did this genderless trend. Everybody started doing the same thing. One person started some, I don't know, even in mass fashion, you see that, no? One brand does skinny jeans, or I don't know, flared or boyfriend jeans or whatever. Everybody will start doing the same thing. So, thinking can be like herd thinking, or it can be like independent, you know, original. So we have to decide, what do we want to do? We are just happy just copying other ideas or just reformulating them, just putting minimal effort, or we really, really, really want to do something, you know, which is our, how many people here want to be like independent designers in their field? See, that's quite a large number. How are you going to be independent designers? See, even when I had to look at some designers, there's one or two, that I could pick up the quotes from. It's a very tall order for you to be a very successful independent designer. There are many designers. I have worked with maybe 1,000 designers, but I only remember a few. In the sense, only a few have made a mark, on my mind, because of some DNA, that they have, which is very unique, very original, something, which is different, because they have discovered it within themselves. They have found their thing, and it's been with a lot of effort. It's not just looking around, ki ye kar raha hai, wo kar raha hai, so I need to do this, I need to do that, I need to be here, I need to be there. So, if you see yourself in whichever discipline, it could be graphic, visual, video, film, animation, I don't know, which area of fashion. So you need to really understand that you need to push yourself to think differently. And when I say differently, it means more independently. So that means you can't just, just because you're learning in your university and you're seeing what is happening in the industry, you can't just take all that information and take it for granted and think that, you know. And now whatever you do is basically your thing. This is my aesthetic, this is my sensibility. That's a long, long way to go to create something which, see, some people have it in them. Because I don't know, it's also that skill, that talent, which some are born with, some people, like they're hardly kids, you see kids, how they start sketching, drawing, or doing some kind of art or form. That inborn talent is there. Is there anybody like that who at a very young age was doing something beautiful in art? So you know what I'm talking about. And for some people, you really have to put in effort. You can't just assume that you joined a university, you got a degree, and then you will get... see, ultimately, we all want to be successful and we want to be either with a great brand or a company, or we want to have our own brand, right? Right? So see, your DNA, the more unique you make it, because of your thinking, creativity, visualization, and that's by pushing yourself. The more unique you make it, the more successful you will be. You will be celebrated, because you have something independent, something original to offer. Otherwise, there are designers, dime a dozen. Right? Or not? So, let's move on to the last part of our segment, which is, in fact, sorry, I missed this one quote by another American designer, who in fact talks about the fact that thinking is hard. Like I've been trying to say, thinking is hard. It doesn't come naturally. It requires training. We just assume that we know how to think. But if you don't think, it can be disastrous. What does disastrous mean? Many people who don't want to think, they just copy. Then they get into plagiarism issue. Isn't plagiarism very common in our industry? That is one level of disaster. The other thing is, you just remain where you are. You're not moving. You're not growing as a person, as a designer. So your career, everything is stagnating. That's one level of disaster. So I'm trying to underline this part, this buddhi, this capacity, this power that we have within us, because of which we can hone our thinking. So we should never assume that we know, and always look at things, afresh. Always, there's a very interesting quote, that was asked to Sir George Bernard Shaw. How many of us have heard of Sir George Bernard Shaw? Very famous theatre actor, right? British theatre actor. He was asked, who do you think is the smartest guy you met in your life? You know what he said? He said, my tailor. How many of us want to be tailors here? You want to be designers. Tailor will work under us, right? It's considered a very low-level job. But tailor has been called as the smartest guy. Why do you think he said tailor is the smartest guy? Because he takes fresh measurements, every time he goes to him. He doesn't assume this is your waist. You can see. Or this is your whatever other measurements. So, idea is that don't assume, and always try and push yourself and try and, tell yourself that there's something better which I need to reach to. Don't be complacent with where you are. So the ultimate part is that what makes design successful or not is the designer, right? And what makes designer successful or not is what? His DNA. And his DNA is his thinking. That's what we have studied now so far. This is a lecture only I'm giving you. What we have studied is his DNA will make him successful. The more unique the DNA, the better. That DNA comes from his thinking, visualization, creativity. But then it depends on, basically it comes down to the choices you make. You know, what you choose will determine your life. If I was to tell you about the Vedanta philosophy in a nutshell, it's basically your choices determine your life. Wherever you are. If you think somebody is having a great life, when you're looking at them, it's because they made good decisions, good choices. And if you think you're not in a great space in life, that's probably because of bad decisions. How many people think they make bad decisions? You are very sure, na? All the things that not work for you, you're happy to accept. What's your name?
We should accept it.
Yeah, we should. What's your name?
Anushka.
And what are you studying?
I'm studying in GDP, but disciplinary course.
Why do you think you need to make bad decisions?
This is a very big question. I think
But you can give a very small answer.
I don't think that I make bad decisions, but sometimes it goes in a bad way or like wrong way, so maybe that becomes a bad decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bad decision means bad choices.
Huh.
So how do we improve our choices which will make us better designers, more successful humans, more successful sons, daughters, boyfriends, girlfriends, husbands, wives, anything and everything, you know. I am focusing on design, but this thing is applicable across all aspects of our life, in all roles that we play. See, whatever information we are discussing, yes, you are discussing in the context of design, but if you were to analyze it, you can apply it anywhere and everywhere. You know? Because ultimately we all live as humans. We don't live as just designers or whatever it is. That is a part of our life right now. So, if I was to tell you in a nutshell, what makes design good or successful is the choices you make. And how do you make choices? You have, like we went through, 3 tools or powers within you through which you can make choices. How do you choose to act? How do you choose to feel? How do you choose to think? These things don't happen naturally. But we are living like as if ho raha hai, you know, unconsciously. So, one of the things is to take charge of your life, and that is by understanding what you can do with these tools. So at the buddhi level, like we studied, we have a buddhi. So I am now giving some insights from the Bhagavad Gita. So how many of us know about something like Bhagavad Gita? Some ancient scripture, some boring text. Ghar pe somebody must be reading it, na? Dadi and Nana, maybe mom. Huh? Yeah. It's meant for old people, right? Meant for old retired people. That's what we think. In fact, I can't tell you the fact that the Gita has such amazing ideas, formulas, it has a blueprint for us to use now. But I don't know why in our country it's considered as a scripture, you know, like the Bible. Are you a Christian? Maybe not. Jewish? Do you read the Bible? No. Anyways, in our country nobody reads the Gita. Anyways, if anybody happens to read, they'll think we have gone mad, you know. And young person, if a young person was to read, it's considered as a book for post-retirement, isn't it? Am I saying the right thing or not? But the idea is The Gita was given by Lord Krishna to Arjuna on the battlefield. The battlefield where Arjuna, as a commander of an army, was fighting the commander of Pandavas, was fighting the Kauravas, the enemy. Now you imagine that what must be that particular situation where some wise guy, like Lord Krishna, we can say is a very wise guy, who gives out sermon or philosophical insights to his friend Arjuna at the 0 hour of the battlefield. And that battlefield, what does it represent? Some challenge that has come into Arjuna's life. But for him it was a huge monumental challenge. He's right there. He's looking at Kauravas, which are his cousins, with whom he has grown up. He's looking at his archery teacher, because he was a fighter, he was a warrior. That was his profession, like how we have design as a profession. So he's facing that challenge, and that time he can't fight, he can't perform. So that time Lord Krishna gives him the Bhagavad Gita. So in the midst of most stressful and dynamic situation in life, challenging situation in life, the Gita is given out. And how do we treat the Gita? We'll see after, retirement. Isn't it? Yes. Anyways, that's what made me join this institution, which I have to study the Gita. So the Gita now gives us from chapter 12 some 3 very interesting qualities which I'm going to go through. So because we have the 3 aspects in our personality, we have the intellect, the mind, and the ability to perceive and act, the body. So at the intellectual level, the Gita says that have firm conviction, which is translated in Sanskrit as Dhrida Nischaya. These words are very common. If anybody knows Hindi, they would understand. So what does firm conviction mean? Firm conviction means you just need to ask yourself that what am I doing? What have I chosen? Why have I chosen? Just ask yourself that question and see what the answer comes. Are you sure what you've taken up in life? Have you thought through it? Have you just joined, whatever course you have? Are you sure to become a designer? What kind of designer? Where do you see yourself working? It's a lot of work that you need to do with yourself. It has nothing to do with your classroom study. And once you arrive on a plan in life, that okay fine, I'm going to be a graduate soon. After that, I need to work a few years in this particular field, whatever that field is in your design area. Then have a firm conviction. Be very sure that okay, this is what I need to do. Don't just go through, the motions in life and किसी ने यहाँ पे internship दे दिया, some contact, dad found, some friend is working here, I'll try this. How many of us are already doing that? 2 months here, 1 month there, experimenting. We'll see. This one has joined this. I will try that. Isn't it? We just end up going through some, just keep moving with the wind. So the Gita says that have a very firm conviction, and more importantly, see, if you want energy to work, if you want to be very dynamic, and you just want to, be enthusiastic, then just think, what are you going to be working for? What is that field that you've chosen? If it is something related to just my satisfaction, you will be always in stress. And this is the law of life. But it's not my personal opinion. This is the law of life. Ask anybody I worked with hundreds of designers, and anybody and everybody who's just concerned about, their name, their fame, their reputation, their label, their PR, their coverage, was always stressful. Always going through, ups and downs. So when you're at the intellectual level, you need to have a firm means very steady, very consistent conviction that, I have chosen to be in visual communication, I want to be a graphic designer, this is what I want to do. And then dedicate yourself to that company or whatever that cause that you take up, that company which you join, or whatever you start as a brand, it should be something beyond yourself. So that Dhrida Nischaya is a very, very deep quality which you need to analyze further. And more than just having a conviction, consistency is key. So that's why the Gita says firm conviction. It shouldn't waver. It shouldn't be after a couple of years, you feel like, oh, this is not great, I need to change my field. I've seen medical students becoming designers. engineers becoming designers, or designers suddenly quitting and doing something else. There's no conviction in what you're doing. Conviction is, when you analyze what I need to do, what I don't need to do, and why I need to do that, the pros and cons. So that's a very, very important quality. And then at the mental level, Gita says, have this quality of gata vyataha, which means be untroubled. See, what troubles mentally, what troubles you, your mind, Don't tell me your teachers, your colleagues, other class members, food, weather, air conditioning right now. What troubles us mentally? What keeps us, stressed, and we're not able to focus, we're not able to concentrate. How many people have issues with concentration? You can always keep your hand up, because I've understood that you'll always be a candidate to answer all my questions on what areas we need to fix, in our lives. Who said something? Distractions, yeah. What distracts us? Getting closer. See, mentally, why are we troubled? See, opposite of untroubled is to be troubled. We are troubled because of distractions. What are these distractions, that always keep us troubled? Thoughts. What kind of thoughts? Correct. Future thoughts. How many people have future anxieties? पता नहीं क्या होगा, क्या होगा, क्या होगा, ये होगा कि नहीं, ये result मिलेगा कि नहीं, I don't know if I'll be able to achieve this. Very nice. You can write an essay on it. You're smiling and saying, yeah, it's me. Who's going through this? See, this anxiety, will I reach that target? Will I reach that goal? Will I complete this? Will I be a great designer? Will I get good marks? Will I be judged properly? Will I make it in life? Will I, that whole confidence? So the problem is, the time is running out, right? Yeah. Anyways, we'll wrap up quickly. So, problem is the past and the future. Our worries of the past and our anxieties for the future, which keeps us disturbed. So we need to use our buddhi to just few more minutes, and then I'll be done. Sorry, I thought I'm going to finish in 45 minutes, but you guys are keeping me more engaged. We should have acted more bold. I would have finished faster. So we need to control our mind with our buddhi, because when the mind is calm, it can concentrate, and when it can concentrate, then you can do your best as a designer. And the last step is that at the physical level, we need to work with this attitude of sarva arambha parityagi, renouncer of all undertaking. So you should have no ego. You shouldn't feel, oh, I am the one who's creating this. I am that designer. I came up with this. I am going to change the world. You are just one person. You just come up with one idea. Just do that. Do your bit. Do your role. Look at the contribution of others in the same field that you're working. How many people have done what work? You're just in that continuity. Never give yourself that black market value that you have done something. Because we have seen, and we continue to see, those who develop very powerful egos, what happens to them? Are they successful? Do they have good relationships? Anybody with a great ego you look forward to being with that person? No, right? That one girl is very sure. So this is the attitude to have at the physical level, and then, so physically, whatever action you do, it should be like, this yagna, this kund that we all do havan in. In India, we have a fire worship, and that's it. I have no such ego, no such anxiety for result. I just do my bit. When you do it right, when you do it sincerely, you'll be blessed. Blessed with what? Success, and prosperity, and more importantly, with peace. Your mind will be peaceful. So I guess to conclude, so we've understood now design ka DNA. Design ka DNA comes from yourself, which means your three powers, and how you make choices to hone those three powers will determine how successful are you going to be, in your field, right? Just last, I would like this video to be played. This is a video about this place that I come from, where I have stayed for the last 4 years.
Nestled in the serene hills of Malabli, India, 108 kilometers from Mumbai, lies a campus which draws seekers of self-development. Founded in 1988 by world-renowned philosopher Swami A. Parthasarathy, the Vedanta Academy is created to develop the whole personality of young individuals through a 3-year residential course. The course curriculum is based on Swami A. Parthasarathy's 65 years of scientific research and writing on Vedanta, India's timeless philosophy on life and living. The program enables you to strengthen your intellect and gain clarity of thinking. With reflection and focused discussions, you find answers to all of life's questions. The intellectual development is accompanied with devotional practices to elevate your mind's emotions. The campus provides you with facilities to discipline your body through yoga, various sporting activities, jogging, and gym. There are also opportunities to engage in service for a higher cause in various areas of your interests. A carefully designed daily schedule nurtures spiritual growth and is supported by the company of like-minded seekers from diverse backgrounds. You can also experience the Vedanta Academy through shorter visits, corporate leadership programs, and customized retreats such as the Vedanta International Retreat for Adults and Life Decoded Youth Retreat. Learn techniques to improve yourself and your relationship with the present-day world and gain a taste of simple living and higher thinking. The Vedanta Academy is a place to find the ultimate purpose of life and uplift your personality to command success and peace.
That's my email address, and anybody who wishes to engage more with the subject, who wants to design a more successful, peaceful life, is more than welcome. You can write to me on this email address. Also open invitation and welcome to the faculty. If there's anything you want to explore, anything that you would like me to curate, for the students or design modules or sessions, we are very happy to do so. And as you can see, the academy is full of young people from all over the world. So please feel free. Anybody is free to visit, anytime. It's near Lonavala. It's a beautiful campus. And yeah, thanks a lot for your time and for having me here.
Thank you so much, Gautam. And I invite Ms. Anu Jain, the HOD of the Department of Fashion and Lifestyle, to please give the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, Gautam. Thank you, I would like to thank you on behalf of Karnavati University and UID for such an insightful session, and enlightenment that you bestowed upon us, where we need to think internally, use our tools, and create this beautiful manual of life. So thank you so much once again. It was a great pleasure listening to you. I'm sure the students really enjoyed and they'll also reach out. So, have a nice day.
Thank you, Anu. And once again, thank you so much, Gautam, for your very insightful session. We are starting the next session with Mr. Ankur Choksi in 5 minutes.
I will end up here. Street food. क्या कर रहा है? घूमते रहेंगे तो यहाँ
હાઈ ગેન કરો તો શું થયું? એ તો આનું વિડીયોનું હા એ વિડીયોનું જો આ બેલેન્સનું છે આ બેલેન્સનું આ લો હાઈ ગેન વાળું આનું ઓડિયોનું આ આપણું બોક્સ ઓડિયોનું હા 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 અંદર જ છું અંદર આવો તમે વિકાસ માઇક કેવો ચાલુ થયું માઇક હા માઇક ચાલુ હા બીજી નંબરમાં ઓડિયો પેલો ખેંચેલો આપણે એક નંબરનું કાન નાખીને આપણે આમાં ના ના બે જ રાખવાની માઇક ઓફ કરવાનું છે આપણે કાઢવું ના માઇકનું એક મિનિટ હેલો હેલો ઓડિયો આઉટ છે ને બદલી નાખી દેખાય એચડીમાં હા રહું ના CH1 આઉટપુટ દેખાય છે હા હું કહું છું તો કરો તો આ સેટિંગમાં લૂંટું છે થઈ ગયું ઓકે ના ના નથી હજુ કરવાનું છે વિકાસ विकास वो तो चालू है फ्लाई चेंजर का वो बंद कर लाइट चालू फ्लाई चेंजर का लाइट चालू है उसका उनको पूछना धर्मेंद्र देखे गए
ચેનલમાંથી ક્યાં આપણે આઉટ આપણે તો એચડીએમઆઈ આઉટ આવે
આ તો એચડીએમઆઈ આઉટ તો છે આ ઓડિયો આઉટપુટ જોયો ને એચડીએમઆઈ આ છે ને એચડીએમઆઈ આઉટપુટ દેખાય છે એચડીએમઆઈ આઉટપુટ ચેનલ હા ઓડિયો દેખાય છે લખેલું આ શું લખ્યું છે ઉપર આ જો ઉપર છે
ઓડિયો એચડીએમઆઈ ચેનલમાં 1 અને 2 ચાલુ કરી
હા એ બંને ચાલુ કરી દે ચેનલ
ચલાવો એ કઈ
હા સિંગલ હતી બે કરી દીધી બરાબર ને બંને થઈ ગઈ
સિલેક્ટ કરો કે
તમારા થઈ ગઈ છે
હવે ચેક કરો ને
બે વિકાસ
मैक कन्वर्टर करवाओ यार, ये बाद में करवाना।
माइक का चालू है
मैक कन्वर्टर।
अरे उनको देखे नहीं गए धर्मेंद्र भाई?
नहीं।
हेलो हाँ मैक कन्वर्टर आप ही नहीं गए તમે ના ના મારું ખ્યાલ આવે એ પૂરી નો એ વાયર लागेला છે नीचे आओ ऊपर आओ नीचे ही आ रहा है
जल्दी बोलो ना।
अरे आ रहा है नीचे ही है, उनका देखना ना ये खाली माइक चालू हो रहा है, माइक का बंद कर दिया हमने।
क्या है वो? आ तो गए ये रहे ना।
अरे तेरे को करना है उनको नहीं आता, ये
क्या?
माइक करना है चैनल अभी चालू से दो करना है चैनल कुछ माइक का आवाज आ रहा है
इसमें से जा रहा है आवाज ऐसा?
हाँ बोलो।
हाँ उसमें से जा रहा है, ऑन एयर जा रहा है अभी।
हाँ बोलो।
check, check, one, check, 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 one, check, two, check. विकास कैमरे में ही आ रहा है चेक, check, check, one, check, one, check, આવે છે
Good morning, everyone. Kindly settle down so we can get started. Good morning and welcome, everyone, to the second session of the day. I request everybody to kindly have your phones on silent for the entire duration of the show. Our speaker for this session is Mr. Ankur Choksi, and his session is titled Making Spaces into Statements. Ankur is the co-founder of Studio Lotus and has been a driving force behind its growth, particularly in hospitality, brand experiences, and adaptive reuse. With a 2-decade-long career, Ankur is recognized for his diverse portfolio in narrative-based experiential design, shaping retail, hospitality, workspaces, and brand experiences. Studio Lotus is acclaimed as a thought leader, earning awards such as the World Holiday Building of the Year, Hong Kong DFA Grand Jury Award, Triple ID Design Practice of the Year, and WAN Hotel of the Year, among others. Ankur's interests extend to design for brands, design education, and catalyzing positive change in communities through design. Let us now welcome Mr. Ankur Choksi with a huge round of applause. I invite Dr. Kishori Dalwadi, the HOD of the Department of Interior Design, to please come up and felicitate our guest. Thank you, Kishori ma'am, and over to you, Ankur.
Hi everyone, and thank you for having me here. So, yeah, I mean, the title of the talk I'm going to play around with because I want to pick up this idea. You know, yesterday there's this I don't know how many of you know, there's a design festival that happens in Delhi. So there was a very interesting conversation that was happening between Bijoy Jain, these are veterans in architecture, and Peter Zumthor from Switzerland. And Bijoy was asking him, when your work gets done, do you reflect on what you achieved with a piece of architecture? And Peter was just, alluding to, he wasn't giving clear answers. He was just saying that it's just good, and I know it. It's a gut feeling. He was talking about intuition. He was talking about a lot of things which are mysterious, and that's what he was alluding to, that, when it happens, then you know it. And sometimes we find it very difficult, and especially as students, you guys, if a teacher talks to you like that you will feel it, and that's what good design is. But he can talk from a place like that because he's a veteran. He's tried many things. He knows when it lands right. So what I'm going to try and talk about today is, you see finished projects, you see finished work, but what goes on behind it? And as a practice, we started pretty late, but we started articulating what matters to us, what allows us to do the kind of work that we are being able to do. For people who are coming in, so we are a fairly large team now, and as people join the design group, everybody needs to understand how the decisions are being taken, what's the position we are taking. So I'm going to talk about the practice, just to give you a sense of, so that's a cafe we did for, it's the Crafts Museum, and it's a really frugal structure. We had a very tight kind of time frame and budget to work with. That's a store in Ahmedabad, very recently done for a brand that we've been working with, Ikaya. Yeah, maybe you can dim down the lights a bit more. That's a restaurant and a bar in Dubai. I'll talk a little bit more about it. We also do some residential work. So that's a house in Delhi. That's another house where it's a very tiny plot. So we've created this massive skylight which fills all the floors of the 3 floors of this building with light and ventilation. That's a refurbishment and a readaptation of old factory structures in Mumbai. It's part of a large residential and mixed-use master plan. So this is one of our first projects there, and then we've done many interventions. This is a residential clubhouse in the same master plan. So we've kind of built on that legacy of what existed on that site. That's a competition that we've won. This is going on right now. That's in Hyderabad. It's an interpretation center at the Qutub Shahi grounds. So there are tombs which, for the storytelling and the ticketing and all those experiences, we've built a rival building. That's a new hotel that's just come up in Sikkim. That's a commercial building in Delhi. I'm trying to give you a flavor of the different kinds and scales of work that we are involved with. That's a university for, this is in Bhubaneswar. It's for Odia language. And that's a leadership institute for the Piramal group. So today I just thought I'll talk about some of the core things that help us do what we do. And we really always call out this idea of creating meaning and creating context. Creating meaning for ourselves, of what we are doing with our practice. And creating context with our practice. And creating context also for, what drives us, what's important to us, what is important to the clients, what's important to our country today. So that's what this realm of creating meaning and creating context. So you are constantly questioning, you're creating it in like a dialogue, like a conversation. So most of our work is a series of explorations. We try and do different things with different projects. We always are attending to the brief and the site very specifically. We are very interested in stories that can get created with the project. So every project attempts to tell a story. And there is a there's a conversation that you can leave people who interact with your building, your work. And then foremost, we've realized over the period that the people who are engaged and the practices, the process that we use is at the core of our work, which you will see. I'll render some examples of it. So this is our world, there is a very strong sense of purpose and values which we work with. There's a process we follow. People are really important to us. And then everything kind of plugs in. We kind of draw relationships between what's happening around us. Wherever we go to, our material choices are defined by that. There are cultural implications. There are economical implications. So we started with a very small team. And like I was saying, over the years, we've been growing. And one of the key things so we are today now 110 people strong. And that's our office space. So we often do workshops. It's like an extended school environment. We often pull in experts. So that's Ankon Mitra who's standing. He's recently done a lot of work at the ID fair. And he works with paper folding. And he came in, we've run several workshops. We often collaborate with him on our projects. You will see his work in our projects as well. And there are lots of meeting rooms in the studio. So there are just workspaces and meeting rooms. That's how the studio is structured, where we kind of chat about our projects. We really have debates, discussions. And so there are two key things that drives our practice. One is, we call these our guiding principles. So we've created, we've tried to articulate what helps us guide our behavior with each other, with our clients, with our teams. And we also use something which guides our design process. So just to give you an example of these, so we call them guiding principles, and some of these, I'll take up one or two principles and talk about it. So this idea of, gratitude, attitude of gratitude, which we started with. So when we started our practice, we started with a really tiny space. So even today, whether we are designing a bathroom or we are designing a hotel, we pay the same amount of attention. We take the same amount of effort and give it our 100%. And that's what this value stands for, right? So everything that you do, whether you're designing the smallest thing, you're looking at a sketch or a drawing, and whatever you get to do, you're kind of respectful of that. Otherwise, you're constantly trying to look for the right client or the right kind of project, and then you will be able to deliver. The other value that we really work by is this idea of the genius being as an act of a collective. Usually the design fraternity follows there's this one bright mind who's going to guide everything. We actually don't believe in that, or I would say we've taken a very different position. We try and harness everybody who's on the project. So, starting with the design team who's internal, which is internal, but going out to even a stone mason or a craftsman who's going to work with us, and really create that space for them to participate actively. And I'll demonstrate that, some of these things through our projects. And then finally, what is important to us as a design practice? Like, what are the questions? So it's usually about what we could do differently, or how are we addressing some aspects is what we pursue. So some of the things that really interest us are frugal innovation, simplicity, how do we try and do the most out of whatever resources we have? Can we work with low-tech instead of high-tech? India has a lot to offer. A lot of our techniques, you will see, take inspiration from very simple solutions which are available around us, especially in architecture. So we started in interiors, now we are doing a lot of architecture, especially in all the new interventions that we are working on. We are even questioning the act of building. So of course we work with old buildings and transform them, but even when new buildings are coming up, we are really looking at how material and embodied energy matters. Timelessness is more the stylistic and the way we approach design in our buildings. We look at materials which age well. So on all aspects, we are looking at endurance rather than just the aesthetic. We are also looking at, we work, a lot of people tell us that you don't do that much work in the public sector. You are catering to a fairly limited audience. So a lot of our work reflects either premium or luxury projects. But we are constantly trying to look at what luxury could mean for the larger community. How can we change the conversation around luxury? We are working a lot with craft which is not easily kind of utilized right now in our design and building methodologies. And the last bit is, how can we really be light on the planet? What can we do to create the least amount of impact on the planet? So I'll take a few projects and quickly try and walk you through how these things reflect on our projects. So this is and I'm picking up this project because it's one of our very early projects, and it was at that point a fairly significant kind of exercise that was given to us. Rajesh Pratap Singh was the first one who started a flagship store in Emporio, where we had these massive giants who had come in from the Parisian brands which had come in from outside and with very large budgets. And obviously, he had a brief for us to work with a very tight budget. And that's the nature of work that he does. So we took, obviously, inspiration from, so he works with a lot of structured kind of stitches and layering. And that was his brief, right? He just said, I'm just a humble tailor, and really do something very simplistic for me, and just watch out for what's the spend. And our interpretation was to do something where we could work with artisanal trade. So we kind of equated tailors and welders, and how do we kind of bridge that and make something interesting. So that was our shell. We inserted a lattice cube inside it in metal, and we of course started our explorations by looking at a sewing machine. We finally arrived at an arrangement with scissors. So there were some 12,000, 14,000 scissors which were finally welded together into various patterns and stitched to create a lattice work. And that holds the whole store. So that's an RCP which is also rendered in scissor patterns, and then that's how the store shell comes together. So it's a framing device for the garments. And when you are outside the store, it's an ethereal layer, and then you walk up close and you kind of notice the scissors, and there's a sense of handcraft and crudity to it, but it still was competing with this high-end luxury brands, but it had its own story to tell. That's a finished store. Another project, we've been working with this brand, like I said, Ekaya, and we've helped them build a story for their retail spaces. So it's it started, they are one of the largest suppliers of, I would say, Banarasi textiles all over the country, and they wanted to establish a premium brand. So they operate at all levels, but they wanted to create a mark. And what we started by doing was we built this vocabulary of, how you would go to a old world charm traditional sari shop in nooks and corners of a city. You'll be seated down and then shown different fabrics. So there was this sense of curation. There was a sense of a lot of attention to what's been shown to you. So the whole store was designed as a series of small cubicles, which you kind of walk in, and there were things to discover. There were layers of garments and fabrics laid out. And the way the interaction would happen was also, there was a sense of pause. And then, of course, the materiality and everything kind of falls into place. So there was use of mostly authentic materials like brass, timber. The fins that you see are in actual stone. And we have got this is the first time we tried some printing on stone. And then, as the brand was evolving, they were really experimenting. So they brought in international designers to work with the Banarasi fabric. They wanted an art gallery kind of experience as woven into the retail experience. So that became another layer that was built into the store. Then we often get, once you start working with the brand, you get all kinds of sites. So this is a really odd kind of configuration in a heritage building in Mumbai that we had to do a store for them. So then another interpretation. So I'm just sharing this to tell you, to show you the story that as it evolves with the different kind of expressions that the brand needs. So there were small rooms that one could walk into, And then it responds a little bit to the Art Deco building that it was sitting in. And that's a store we've recently done in Ahmedabad for Ekai again, and they wanted something completely different and contemporary. So and we had a very unusual site. So it's a site which is on a main road, and there are these series of buildings which are interconnected and forms a diagonal, staggered facade. And all the frames kind of allow you to look into the store. So what we created is a giant installation of almost like a fabric weave. And everything is then taking that idea forward. And these series of layers allow you to frame the garments, zoom in onto the garments. So you could do clusters, you could do stories. And then of course there are some rooms where they can sit down and have quiet interactions for the sari collection and the more expensive fabrics. Another example I'm taking is a series of hotels we've been doing for this group called RAS. The first one, some of you might have seen, it's a hotel in the old town of Jodhpur. And this is how we found the site. So there were 3 old buildings which we had to work with. And it sat at the foothills of this magnificent Mehrangarh fort. So the whole story, and we had some old structures which we had to move around, which weren't fitting into the story, which looked like odd kind of assembly of buildings. But the whole idea of the hotel weaves this, visual of the fort, and how do you capture it? So from every point in the property, you're always getting some interesting view of the fort. And that's the overall plan of the building. So what you see in the blue and red stonework are the new inserts. The ones in the brown in the center are our 3 old buildings. And what we ended up doing was we created a sense of reveal as you walk through the streets. So that's how you arrive at the hotel. That's the arrival from the street. So you walk into a courtyard, and that's a first glimpse of the inner courtyard. And then there's a second reveal. That's a tall gate formed by the new building that we put in. And then you walk through that, you come into this massive court which is holding all the 3 old buildings. And what we did was we actually stripped all the plaster and all the layers of work that had happened on these buildings and connected it back to the fort. So it kind of pulls the fort into the site. And this is the hub of the property now. So the buildings that we put in more or less disappear. And then for the new buildings that we had to put in, there was this challenge of what is the articulation of that. And one key thing that we wanted was, in Rajasthan, cutting out the sun is really important. So we wanted this skin of stone. And we did a lot of exploration, and we realized that to get to this point of this kind, we wanted the building to open up to the fort. So the stone had to be just 12 millimeter thick. So we couldn't have done hand-carved jalis. The stone would break. So a lot of this would have to be done on CNC or water jet. Finally, we chose to work with the local craftsmen. We devised, so all the tall walls are 50 millimeter thick, and this facade system I'll show you, which opens, is just 12 millimeter thick stone. Sorry. So it's, as a hotel guest, you can easily open and close these windows yourself. And through the day, the building animates. And this took us a lot of time to engineer and figure out. And it's all based on, regular hardware that we could source. But it's all cut by hand, so we kind of changed the pattern to suit what the craftsman could do. And all the internal walls, as well as a lot of the interior details, are all articulated by working with these craftsmen. So all the stone walls have a layer of texture which has been added by hand. The bathrooms, the floors, they're all in situ cast, like they used to get done earlier. So they're all hand-poured terrazzo. And that's another project for the same brand. This project is right now still in progress. It's lovely site at the edge of a valley in, near Dharamshala. And one of the key things that we took on was how do we, articulate the same ideas from RAS, but look at this terrain, look at our response to this cultural kind of idiom that comes from here, right, in terms of architecture. So the entire building is about 200 meters, and it's a single arc that dips into the valley. And what you see on top, the red indicates the primary rooms. So here you can see the yellows are actually the rooms in 2 stacks. The blue indicates all the public spaces. So the lowermost point on the right or the left, sorry, is actually a pool which is sitting sunken down. And the vertical red circulations are independent staircases which lead you up. And the architectural language takes inspiration from Dharamshala, because we are sitting in Dharamshala. It is responding to the meditative nature of monasteries. So the entire building takes inspiration from this region, and these are some of the early drawings of how we saw the elevation getting developed. So the building is designed as a lightweight structure on the top, and we have a civil, because it's also a high seismic zone. So there's a fairly rigid civil structure at the bottom in concrete, and then there's a light structure which sits on top. These are the layouts of the rooms. We had lovely views of the mountains and tea gardens on the other side. So all the rooms you kind of enter in the middle, and then you have a sitting pocket, you have a bedroom space. Both of them have outdoor spaces which allow you to look at things around you. And then this is the manner in which we've gone about articulating the building. So this is all local slate. Still coming up, and unfortunately there's been some land parcel issues with the political party there, and we are stuck on this project, but it should come up hopefully soon. Just to again give you a sense of the scale of the site and the way the building sits. And then that's the very recent property for the same guys, Ras Chhatrasagar. This is a site which is about 25 kilometers from Jodhpur, and it has a very different context. So there was a family which used to set up 12 tents on this man-made dam next to a reservoir. So that's our proposal. I mean, that's our building, and what we've done basically is we've created a series of walls. So instead of doing singular tent structures, we've done a comprehensive tent structure which spans and creates about 14 rooms. And because it was meant to be sitting on this dam, which is about 100 and 150 years old, we had to work with a very light structural system. So the entire, that's the methodology that we followed. So there are very tiny foundation footprints in the dam, and then we've got these partition devices on which the fabric is stretched. Sorry. That's the manner in which it sits on the dam. And that's just the layout of the space. So it's got a very similar, because we have the forest on one side, the lake on the other side. So in terms of a typology of rooms, it's very similar to what you saw at the other project. And what we've also done is we kept the primary circulation disconnected from the higher level of the dam, so that you're not disturbed, and you can use both the sides of your room as garden spaces. So that's how you approach your tent. And for the internal expression of the tent, we worked with, one of the largest contribution was by this textile artist. We worked with her from Delhi, Dhwani Behel, and she came to the site. She did a lot of studies of the flora and fauna around, converted them into pen drawings. She's a printmaker as well, so she hand carved these wooden blocks, transferred them into screen prints on the textile. So that's her in the last image working on it, and that's a scale of textiles that we worked with, and then further she layered it with patchwork, embroidery, and all of this then also helped us create a story for the entire interior of the project, where we worked a lot with crafts and used this similar kind of vocabulary onto different elements. So this is all hand carved. There were a lot of small details which were inspired from safari lodges and then brought into the furniture. Most of the textiles are inspired from the flora and fauna, and that's how the tent comes together. So each tent has a story to tell, and they're all distinctive. And there's a skylight which brings in the winter sun. So it's shaded in summers, and it's got an openable detail, so it pulls in the sun in winters. And that's the lake that you see through when you enter. And that's how it sits on the dam. And then for the public building for this hotel, we took the inspiration of this traditional Rajasthani structure, and that's the way it sits. So this is the place where you will, when you arrive at the hotel, this is where you hang out. Your reception is here. It's a very informal kind of reception, and most of the time you would be here. It's a coffee shop, it's a restaurant. So this is one building which is catering to the entire hotel experience. So this building, we've again used metal and stone as a methodology to translate it into a contemporary structure. It's got a slight deco inspiration because you see that a lot in Jodhpur and around, so we've still kept that in our design language. But the entire building is all handcrafted with stone. And even when we start going inside this building, in terms of our interior approach, we've taken the same story and we worked with the craftsmen there. And what you can see is this large drawing of Dhwanis, which is interpreted on stone on the walls of the Baradari. So there were these drawings were used in different mediums. So the bar counter is also hand carved. All the jalis, the air conditioning jalis are all hand carved. So I'll move a little faster. And also, little things, but we've retained this idea of the cow dung work that usually gets done. It engages with the people of that region, and it also rejuvenates this whole property. It keeps it fresh. There's always something alive, and they do these alpna-like patterns, and it kind of bonds with the community around and gives life to the property. This is a building that, so this is the idea of how do you use an existing structure and what you can do with it. So one of the things that we often take on is working in historic and old projects which have some form of legacy. So I'll take this first example of Baradari, which is at the City Palace in Jaipur. So they used to run this cafe there, and they brought us in and they said, we want to make something that's aspirational for the visitors as well as the locals. The locals should feel pride, because the locals are disconnected from, it's a tourist destination. The locals don't come to the palace anymore. They wanted to create a draw, and that was the premise that we started with. What do you do that will also excite the locals and bring them in with a sense of pride? So we have this old bathroom toilet structure which was sitting in a very obstructive way, and it wasn't part of the main scheme of the fort. So we proposed to bring that down and put something in place of it, and this would also give us a very nice connection to the city, arrival court of the city. So we let go of that building and we inserted an object which kind of holds the entire courtyard together and activates the space, and that became like a new contemporary object which talks to the old structure. So we kind of again took away all the plaster layers, revealed the stone, created a canvas for this new building to sit in and have a sense of dialogue with the old. And this new building, then we so the old structures, we kind of just revived them. Wherever required, we worked with lime plaster and stone. And then the new structure, we worked with metal and marble. So a lot of the marble was made really thin. We worked with fluting to create a sense of transparency. So the whole bar becomes like a jewel, which then holds this space. And there was a lot of work that was put in with the craftsmen, and it starts really creating a interesting kind of conversation with the old structures. And it was all inlit in the evenings. And then, of course, there are a lot of details which we played with in the flooring, the way the furniture was kind of brought in, which is all marble from the area around. So it's all Rajasthan marble. And then we also took little things like the thickery art and gave it a new language instead of the traditional methods that they work with. So that's how it all kind of comes together. A very recent project again in Jaipur, and this is a very different example, so I'm picking on it. So she had this structure. They had designed a building and they were very unhappy with it, and they for some reason stopped work on the project. And they came to us, said, you bring this building down, let's do something new. We just felt it would be a huge waste to let go of the structure was really stable. And we kind of took it up as a challenge of how we can transform this into something that would sit well. So the idea was to, this is what happens, you don't realize the amount of energy the building's already taken up. And every time you're breaking something down, you're creating an enormous amount of waste. So this is what we transformed it into. And it uses the vocabulary of the Havelis. I mean, it kind of transcends different typologies of buildings that have existed in that area. The only thing that we worked with is we worked with Jodhpur stone, because she has her roots in Jodhpur and she really wanted a connection to Jodhpur. So we brought in the Jodhpur stone as a layer into the building, and a series of details which articulate the facade. The upper level is going to be a restaurant, so that's got these. It's got an outdoor area as well, a breathable area, and then at the rest of the floor she has a store. They've also set up a museum there. So that's how the building comes together. And then for the interior spaces, she's a jeweler. Each room is a very nice quiet space to browse her jewelry. So what we've done is we worked with miniature artists, but for the first time we worked with them on the ceiling. So it was quite challenging. It took many mock-ups to get it right. But each room has these set of artworks which are all hand painted at site. So, each room has its own flavor and a story to tell. So today craft is something that you can really, it's not something that's lost. There's so many skills which are still available. And I'm taking a very different kind of example where we built this restaurant in Dubai. And most of the furniture, everything was made here and shipped from here. So it sits in this very straight line, articulated, rectilinear building. And then we've gone wild. So these are just 2 floor plates, just to give you a sense of the space. So we had a ground plane which you enter through, and then at the upper level we had a bar with outdoor seating. And we kind of took this, madness of India and interpreted it using craft. So everything that you see here is all made in India. Like most of the textiles are in some form of either print or weaves. The lamps were all designed and fabricated here. All the furniture was fabricated here. And we used a lot of different kinds of craft techniques. So the weaving techniques on the chairs, we made this giant, you'll see a 6.5 foot tall elephant head in stained glass for the bar. What you see in the center is Tarkashi work, which is done with copper wire, which was embedded in timber tables. And then, like I was telling you, we also, of course, had a lot of inlay and print techniques that we explored for the tables. We took old game boards from India and put them into the restaurant. So a series of India-inspired motifs which kind of hold the whole space and create this very, very wild kind of expression for India. That's the bar which has the elephant. And then many other elements like the lamps. And then what happened was they had to move to another site. So we took, the way this was designed was everything was on nuts and bolts. So we could salvage a lot of these elements. And we took a lot of this from the old store, old space to the new space. So the new space was completely different. It was on a single floor plate. We had to bring in new elements. So of course the old elements got integrated. We created a different kind of, but using the same elements. We created a bar, which is very similar. The lamps all got reused. We had to insert some new layers of materials, and that's how the space comes together. And then the last one or two projects are talking about, this is our take on architecture today and what we are trying to do. So there's this large development that we are doing in Uttarakhand, and one of the key things in the mountains is there's a huge lack of water. And the way construction happens traditionally disturbs the mountain. So there were two parts to this project. Our client was a very sensitive, he was not a developer, he was actually a landowner, but he was fairly sensitive, and he agreed to our path, where we first started. For the first about 2 years, we just did planting, and we mapped the entire region of water movement. We planned our master plan so that the villas would so it was a 50 villa plus a hotel development project, and we used these studies to help us navigate what was happening on the land. So we stayed out of the path of the waterways. We used the contours to create the road network. So there was no, and we also didn't kind of go back to concrete and similar contemporary techniques of retaining walls. So we actually used a lot of traditional techniques to hold the land. So all our roads, the edging, everything is done using old traditional techniques. And it's really, now we are about 5 years in the project, and the land is really doing well. So we created about 150 check dams to hold and recharge the water. So the water level on the land has really gone up. So these are some of the details from there. So obviously it also helps create a longer narrative. I'm not showing you the film right now. We'll come back to it. And for the main villas, simple things like we've used gravity to feed the water. So we are only pumping water once to the top of the hill, to the topmost built masses, and everything else is, so each house is holding rainwater tanks, and it's feeding the house at the lower land. Of course, we've used a lot of waste management systems. Then in terms of construction, we've come up with something that's a very lightweight structural system, and one of the key things was not to cut the land. So the footprints of our foundation are really tiny, and the structure is a very light structure which allows us to do that. So there are pin foundations, and all the structures sit stilted like this on the land. So most of the land parcel was unbuildable. And then the entire house has been thought through in terms of a dry construction, and it meets European standards. So in terms of thermal insulation, we've got underfloor heating, everything is integrated in the house. And there were a lot of studies that we did prior to building. So there were a lot of models. We even went all the way to the site, and for our clients to really understand how it's going to feel when you are inside the house, because these were going to be like tree houses. So we created bamboo structures where we took them up, gave them a sense of how the experience is going to be. And these are the images of the foundation work and how the building comes together. So it's all kind of really clean. You bring in the metal, you just have, the only thing we've done at site is foundations, and then the entire structure gets erected. And then different layers of cladding on it. Some of it is local stone. And of course, we've integrated some details of the local handcraft. And there are a lot of inside-outside spaces. around the house. So you have the south garden, you have these balconies which go out into the trees and they perch you out there. And that's how it sits in the forest. And this is again, just from those series of explorations that we've been doing, this is a building typology that is very different from a traditional architectural building. I thought that's why I brought it up here. I know it's a bit architecture heavy, but what we've tried to do is usually, you work with stone in a certain methodology where now stone is also difficult to find. The quarrying of stone is becoming more and more difficult. So, and the other thing was we wanted something that we could make disappear. So this was a competition we won. It's an interpretation center for the Mehrangarh Fort. And we wanted to create something that could adapt to the program, that could be removed tomorrow, and that would sit lightly on the land without disturbing, without actually creating any physical foundations. So the whole building is designed like a kit of parts, and it floats on the ground. That's the comparison of the way the material's been used. So a traditional system, I mean, it would give you thermal insulation. We've just kind of work with an equivalent solution, and our wall paneling system uses 1/3 the amount of material that's required. That's a view looking at the project as it's appearing now at site. And it sits perched up on the land, the vegetation, water, everything, animals, everything can move around. And we've left trees through it. And it's fully ventilated. There are only parts of it which are in air-conditioned spaces. And it's all thermally kind of shielded so that you don't feel the harsh wind and the sun. And also, it's fairly engineered. So it's working with metal and stone. So there is a lot of engineering that's gone in. So even little things like the the horizontal surfaces are just pressed in. The actual walls are all kind of hand raised again. So there are different techniques that we've used. So for example, this is all done by hand, but there's a certain level of finishing that's given. So it's not like we use tools, but we use it to a degree where it still feels organic and has a life of its own. So you can see the textures here as they are being generated on the stone walls. And that's how it sits against the fort. So yeah, I think we primarily are focusing on the process, and that's what we really enjoy, like what informs our process. And we've come to this conclusion that this is one way of looking at it, where you know what you want finally, and then you create your means around that. The other way is it's more something that you have to play with, you have to kind of work with, where you design the means knowing what you want, but you don't really know what's going to come up. And you have that room to play, but it allows for a very, very inclusive process. It allows for people to engage with it. So that's usually how our process looks. We play a lot with costs, budgets, prototyping. There are a lot of failures, a lot of experiments. And a lot of people feel that they can participate and contribute. So yeah, I mean, today I would say we are more driven by people, and the frame of people, of who's working with us, what are the kind of people that we are working with. So even our organization is kind of looking at it. We are very collaborative, and we constantly pulling on different people to collaborate with us on our projects. And there was one project that I don't know if I have the time. Should we do Q&A, or there's one project that which I thought gives a good example of how this all comes together. So this is a government building, so especially challenging because it's a government project. It's a government project in Bhubaneswar, where we were invited to do this iconic building by the Mr. Patnaik, the minister then, chief minister then, and he wanted us to do something iconic and create a mark for the city. And the building was going to hold the Directorate of Agriculture and their offices, and it was going to talk to farmers and people they are serving. So this is a program that they started with, and we kind of started having a conversation about what the building could do, and we said we could open it up to the people of the city and create a conversation with the farmers as well as the citizens of Bhubaneswar. So that was what our brief became, and how can we kind of transform it. So what we did was, we actually, the first gesture was to pull up the building and free up the stilt area, create a connection to the city, open it up to the public, and create functions at the lower level which would then allow for people from the city to interact with it alongside with the farmers and the communities that the office was serving. And that's how the building is expressed. So there were a few things that we've kind of experimented with. One of the key thing is that most of the building is non-conditioned, and the building uses something which is passive cooling. So the temperature in Bhubaneswar allows you to trap cool air in the nights. So the building has chambers which traps the cool air in the night, and through the day that air kind of ventilates the building. So we managed to keep, so I'll show you, and also we had a lot of struggle, not struggle, but a lot of conversations around this idea of thermal comfort. Today, in most of the places, the air conditioning is pushed to that degree where you have to wear a jacket and sit in a conditioned space. So actually in Bhubaneswar, you don't need air conditioning most of the year. You can really manage in well ventilated courtyards and corridors, and if you make the building breathe, the temperatures are very, very negotiable. And it all comes down to the clothing that you're wearing and your understanding of what thermal comfort is. And that's a key thing that we've been trying to experiment in this particular building, and it was something that's taken us a lot of engagement with the people who are using this building. But if you look at what it looks like in terms of just numbers, India has a target. Griha is a sustainability benchmark that India is gunning for, and we have a target of 110. This building right now sits anything between 30 to 35. So that's what this building has achieved in terms of its most basic kind of requirement. And that's the way we've gone about it. There are lots of courtyards which allow for the air to circulate. There are a lot of corridors which keeps most of the spaces non-conditioned. Then to create a story for the building itself, we kind of went back to the local textile, which is the ikat, and we've taken inspiration from that. And the jali that you see on the building, which is actually a thermal mask cutting out the sun, is inspired from this textile. So we worked with the story of local soils of 4 or 5 colors being available in Bhubaneswar. So that's why the bricks come from there. And then the entire pattern is derived from that and built on. And then finally at the lower level, we kind of pushed the government to become a patron of craft. So we worked with a local architect who then worked with the craftsmen along with us and went through the whole process. So at the lower level, we worked with something that's popularly available in that area called laterite. It's a particular kind of soft stone. So that's Shivanand who's working with the local craftsmen. And all of this is hand carved on site, and large, massive murals. Again, storytelling. They've created their own stories from mythology around farming and embedded them into the building. So there were about 60 craftsmen who worked for 6 months to 8 months on various aspects of the building and embedded stories in the building. And it kind of helps them connect very deeply to the building. So there's screens in stone, a lot of engraving on the plinth, and then metal work from the region which forms screens, lighting devices, signages. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ankur, for sharing all your work. I'm sure it's given everyone a lot of food for thought. May I now invite Professor Diksha Somaya from the Department of Interior Design to please give the vote of thanks.
Should I ask for some questions? Yeah, no, I was just asking that you have any questions. Really happy.
Thank you. And Ankur, what a beautiful presentation and body of work. This was so wonderful to see. While going through it, I just was really amazed by the amount of work which goes into the process before you even probably start executing the things. So my question is how do you really give weightage to each process before the execution begins? For example, the work which you had Ras in Jodhpur versus what you continue to do in Uttarakhand, that's still a work in progress. But how do you basically give weightage? How much time in research? How much time before planning, and then the execution begins? So maybe that part. And second was, how do you find such clients who have this level of understanding to your body of work and stylization? Then third is if you don't find them or they don't find you, have you ever said no to people who don't align with your thought and your process? So, thank you.
Sure. So I think there are two parts. I'll start with the first part. So how do we break up our process and what do we prioritize? So I think in terms of weightage, we would give each stage a similar weightage. But there's a lot of attention initially on the brief. So I think that's where things really transform. We define our parameters for that particular project. And it in some way also answers your second question, because we often say that our projects are a success because of the partnership of the client. And we spend a lot of time building and nurturing that relationship. So starting with conversations on the, when he's defining the brief, we ask many questions. And we also guide the process in a way, we handhold them, because it's sometimes painful. Like, for example, that Ras Jali, when it was getting made, Nikhil was like, he just wanted us to lose that pursuit. He said, let's not pursue this, it's not going to happen. But to hold that place with him and keep him kind of aligned. So that's...
way in which the foundation is made. Now, you may or may not have that knowledge, but to see that it fits.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then something which you're doing anywhere else, you have the prior knowledge. So how do you train the team or even get to that solution?
No, so in fact, that's why I was emphasizing on the people, because we've realized that we only facilitate it, or we kind of start the process, but we bring in the right partners to hold it. So, for example, that Uttarakhand project was, the ecological part and the overall planning is held by Akshay Kaul, who's a very, he's a very renowned architect, and he's been doing a lot of work in this area. So we use his expertise and debate with him, discuss with him, and arrive at a solution, and then only move forward. So we set parameters for the project using those consultants and using those bright minds on the project. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Or very hungry now. Time for food.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
What I wanted to ask was, you talked about working with a lot of the artisans from those places where you work. So how did you get in touch with them?
I mean, that's usual. So there are various ways we kind of, obviously one, like he was saying, that's another kind of research where you keep networking with people, you use your channels of contractors that you already worked with, you go around asking people, you look at some projects and find out who's been working on that project. So there are various, I mean, depending on where we are at that point, what's visible. In Bhubaneswar, for example, that's why I said that was a massive project. We needed a lot of different kind of artisans. So we worked with this local architect who was already engaged with the craft in that area. So we brought him on board. So we knew what we wanted to do, but he kind of anchored the process of, so we were together discussing what is the scale, what is the kind of craft we want to bring in here. But then he would go out, connect with the teams, and then we would together figure out what needs to be done, and then he'll bridge it. He'll work with them and monitor the whole process. And that's actually, most of the projects have gone like that. So we've always had somebody local who we find, or a craftsman. So for example, when we did Ras, there was a local stone a craftsman who built a whole team for the project. And now he's difficult to access for us also, because he's become really big. He's doing many projects. But yeah, that's how it all starts.
Thank you.
Yes, so looking at your projects, it seems you're very inspired by Art Deco. So, like, do you do that purposefully, or does it come to you intuitively?
No, you're right. In some way, yeah, but most of the stuff that I showed also is cited in Rajasthan and around. And Rajasthan has a lot of Art Deco. So inherently, it just becomes very natural for it to flow, because you see it a lot around in that region. So that's why that nuance of Art Deco works. But yeah, I mean, if it was somewhere else, then we would question it. Yeah.
Also, you run the studio with 2 more partners. So, like, what does it look like when there's no one boss? Like, do you guys work on one project simultaneously, or do you divide your work?
And all of us keep moving around project to project. And that's how we see the organization also growing. So even right now, apart from 3 of us who founded the practice, there are a few more people who hold smaller teams. And we organize ourselves depending on the capacities they have, what is their strength, what is the nature of work they are inclined to do. And then collectively we decide which project will go to which team. That's how we work.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your projects. All interior design students, including me, have used Studio Lotus projects as case studies. So it was very interesting to see the thought and the detailing that went behind these projects in terms of narratives and materiality. On behalf of the university and everyone present here, I heartfully extend my gratitude for this talk. Because so many of you have such burning questions that we want to ask, we'll continue this session with you informally in the utility building E2 post-lunch. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deeksha. And once again, thank you so much, Ankur.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next session here will be with Mr. Saptarishi Prakash at 2 o'clock. And currently serving as the Director of Design at Swiggy. He is a highly influential figure in the fields of design, startup, and content creation, and has conducted over 100 workshops. He was the founder of the Design Club of IIT Madras. He has the ability to explain complex concepts in a way that is easily understandable to everyone, using everyday examples and analogies to simplify ideas. In conversation with Saptarishi, we have Professor Rahul Bhattacharya, the HOD of the Integrated Masters of Design program. May I now request both our guests, Mr. Saptarishi Prakash and Mr. Rahul Bhattacharya, to please come up on stage.
That's fine? Yeah. It'll be easy for me to give you the moment.
I request Professor Rahul Bhattacharya to please felicitate our guest today.
The mics are working. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to have Saptarshi on stage with me. Started connecting with him since last night. So we're kind of getting into conversation about this conversation. And there were so many points of synergies, you know, and it's really refreshing to have somebody from the industry who is so student-centric and thinking right from the beginning as to how to make the relevancy for the student and what are the points we as students, and then we had a meeting. This is also in dialogue with the student SPOCs, the social media team, you know, everybody kind of jammed in to kind of figure out what we should be talking about, right? So we have multiple things to discuss about. Beginning with the relationship, that's my favorite unfavorable topic, the relationship between UI and UX to industry processes, jobs, layoffs, and things like that. So after this is pretty much over to you, Saptarshi. So let's begin with the most unfavorable question, and then we kind of take it from that. And we'll experiment with the format. So we were just having a chat. So we thought it's after lunch. If both of us speak too much, people might fall asleep. So when we are kind of doing our topics, so when we are discussing UI, UX, at that point it could be great to have 2-3 questions from the audience, you know, rather than to keep everything piled up till the end of the session. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk UI, UX. How many of you aspire to be a UI, UX designer here? Oh, I see so many hands. They're at the top as well. Wow, wow. Okay, so sir wanted me to break down about what I think about these topics and concepts, right? How many of you know what it is? Does anyone want to just articulate it for me? What do you think what UI, UX is? Anyone? Just raise your hand and start speaking maybe if you want to.
Audience, any student.
There's one person at the top. You could shout out if there's no mic.
So UX is basically creating operating experience for the audience by understanding their mental model and what they need and what they are expecting, and translating them into good, beautiful screens which are more not only inclined towards aesthetics but also towards the usability.
Oh, that's definition reminded me of 3 Idiots movie. No, but I think you're right what you spoke about, right? So yeah, I have similar thoughts out there. It is about designing an experience. Okay, let me tell you something that happened to me last night. You know, I reached Ahmedabad post midnight. I checked into a hotel. Of course, it was a nice hotel that your university has given me. I go to the bathroom, there's a wash basin, okay? Of course, I would wash my hands and face. I had a long journey. It's one of those taps where you just flap it open. You know what I'm talking about? And then left and right for hot and cold water, right? So by default, you would press it up like this, and the water would start coming up. Much easier than rotating, right? But it so happened that the water flow, what exactly hitting, that small round thing that you have, you know, the drain, it was hitting the edge of it. And what happens after that? The moment it hits, it bounces off and hits my t-shirt. Okay, so essentially, when I open the tap, I wet myself up, right? Then I realized that, okay, no, it's a weird coincidence that the water is hitting exactly at that point that it is reflecting and deflecting, and then I'm getting wet. Sure, right? And since last night till the time I checked out this morning, I operated that wash basin some 4 or 5 times, I guess. Every single time I wetted myself, even though I knew that, you know, if I do it a little slowly, you know, probably the force wouldn't be as much, and probably I will help myself from not wetting. But, you know, my mind is tuned to do this, so I kept doing it every time my t-shirt was getting wet. So today whole morning I had a wet patch over my chest out here. Now if you look at it, right, the tap was doing its job perfectly. You know, it is giving out the water. The lever was moving perfectly, just the way it wanted to be. The drain was functioning perfectly. It was draining the water pretty well. The wash basin was perfect. But when you put all of them together, it still created a bad experience for me, right? Now, who designed this experience? That person, in my mind, is the experience designer. Okay? So it is not just one thing that I'm interacting with, which is probably the user interface, in this case, probably that lever of the tap, or maybe a few other things out there. But overall, even though the interface was probably right, it still led to a bad experience for whatever reasons, right? So if I were to sum up, why did I narrate this story? In my mind, UI is a subset of UX, right? And if you design experiences, if you focus on designing experiences for your users, for your customers, you will invariably end up designing interfaces and many other things which is needed to build that correct experience for your user, right? So yeah, UI UX is not a wrong term. Of course, you know, when I was asking how many of you want to be there, you might have sensed that you know, air of sarcasm in my voice. So it's not a wrong term. In my mind, it's a redundant term because UI is already a part of UX. It's like saying patty burger. Burger already has a patty inside, right? Yeah, that's what I feel, sir. What do you think?
So, I found that burger patty analogy quite funny, that broke out inside, right? So what as an educator, what I face, like when we are mentoring students, mentoring projects, or, you know, teaching UX in class, is that maybe it is our fault. I don't know how it has happened. But somehow there is already an idea that you start in UX process, and somehow it'll end up in a wireframe and then in a Figma prototype. And I think that is where the seed of the confusion is, you know. And so UX has instead, but I feel like it's set as a formula, you know. So if you can just elaborate exactly what you said and open out this relationship between formulas and tools, and that would be great.
Right, you know, see, there's no recipe. What I've often seen in the industry when I review portfolios or when I evaluate people, yes, you know, my job needs me to judge people for design roles, right? I often see that a lot of people take it as a recipe. You know, it's like there's a step 1, there's a step 2, 3, 4, 5, and the final product is bang, design, right? So you do all of them, you become a UX designer or product designer or interaction designer or every other fancy name that is used in the industry these days, right? But honestly speaking, I don't think there is one formula to it, right? There's no one formula to it. It's like saying, what is the process of making a cup of coffee? It will vastly differ from what kind of coffee you're making, who you're making it for. Should it have sugar in it or not? Should it have milk in it or not? Are you using instant coffee, or are you using some manual brewing method using ground coffee beans? What if you just have coffee beans with you? What if you just have coffee cherries with you? There's no set process in making a cup of coffee. So in the same way, there's no set process for doing some UX work or project, right? based on what you are doing, why you are doing, your process will vary, right? And what the solution is could differ. You need to understand what is the problem that you're solving, and then think and work towards it, brainstorm towards it, and finally you can deduce that, yes, my solution will probably be a postcard, or it is going to be a video, or it's going to be an app, or it's going to be a song that I'm going to rap, whatever, right? So it is that. I think the fact that we consider all of them as a formula, a set of steps, a recipe, that isn't right in my mind. While it may work in some cases, but the kind of problems that we solve in the industry, it never works. It never works. The formula will directly never work because every problem is different.
We have things to talk about, so we kind of moving, if we just connect and move on. So what was interesting about Saptarshi is that the first thing he told me is, did you say self-trained, or you said design? Haven't studied design. You've introduced yourself.
Self-taught designer.
Self-taught designer, exactly. I found that very, and it just opened up a very interesting thing to me, because he kind of gave me his design journey. We were talking about it, and from housing.com to Swiggy, and so that made me think about maybe, say, one glitch in the system that we can bring onto the table. That idea that designers. So I asked him, like, when you joined Swiggy, what state was it? Was the app ready? Was it functional? Was it running? And it was ready, running, already a market name. And of course, there's been a lot of growth since then, so let's not talk about it. So that's the next thing to bring onto the table, right? Designers, if every designer would start from scratch to the end, then for every designer, there would be a separate brand. But most of the real work that we do in the industry is entering existing systems. Entering existing products or existing projects, where the early part of it, like you are trained to do, like, from your primary research, seeding, making, developing, all that is done. The app is up and running, and then you come in as a designer, and that's more of a real life than what we teach you in college. If you write a book about things they don't teach you in design school, that would be maybe the second chapter. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, you all start from scratch, but what is important to know is, what is that scratch? Scratch in your mind, if you go by the theory, and again, that formula or that recipe that we have spoken about, it might feel like, hey, my first step is building some personas, right? But your first step or your scratch depends from where you are, what you want to do, or which company you have joined, or which client you're working with, right? If I were to tell you what was my scratch when I joined Swiggy, since Rahul spoke about that, it was already a 3-year-old company. A lot of the things were already in place. I am not a founder of Swiggy. I didn't start it from the scratch. I joined there when things were already running, and it was already a fairly popular company, right? Think of it like a Ferris wheel. You know what a Ferris wheel, right? In Mela, you see that? The Ferris wheel never stops for you. It is running. So for me, the scratch was to jump into one of the seats while it is still moving, right? It's a well-oiled machine which is already going on. That was scratch for me, and not creating a persona, because the company already exists. They would have already, built their persona. They would have already done many of those things. Of course, those things also keeps getting revised, from time on. But yes, that's what the scratch is. So it is very important to understand what is the reason of our existence. Why are we getting into it, and what is scratch for us, right? Again, if I were to again tell you, if you see any typical portfolio in the industry, or links that you find around, you would see that persona is just a section with a card with an image on the top left section, and a couple of things, name, they would give a fancy name, likes to do this, doesn't like to do this, and all. A persona building exercise takes at least 6 months. It takes at least 6 months, if not more, even when you have an active research team who's working on it. What is a persona? Let me break it down for you, right? Let's take one of these things and just try to simplify it, right? Imagine you invite 4 people for dinner at your house, right? What would you cook? What would you feed them? How would you entertain them? What are the topics that you will talk about? You think about this, right? You would know all these 4 individuals. Okay, this person is a vegetarian and has allergic to maybe dairy. So, these are the things that I will cook. These are the things I will not cook. That other person loves to have fish. So maybe, let's have one fish item. Maybe all of them are interested in music. So let's speak about music or something. There's some amount of planning that you do. How are you doing this planning? Because you know those 4 individuals. You're trying to make it work for them. You're trying on one single recipe or one single experience for all those 4 people, which will work for all of them, even though they have different choices, right? Not an easy task, but not so difficult as well, because you know those 4 people really well. Now imagine doing it for 5 million people who are going to use a certain product, digital product in this case, since I'm speaking about it, 5 million people who would be coming to your home for dinner, in a way. How difficult would it be to know each and every one of their opinion? So the process of persona building is nothing but simplifying those 5 million people and reducing them into 5 hypothetical individuals who represent the opinion, choices, likes, dislikes, and fears of the 5 million people. So that every single time when you're analyzing, you're not thinking about 5 million, but just 5. Those 5 individuals or hypothetical individuals are nothing but your persona. How do you find out who those 5 people are? Tons of effort. It needs months and months of meeting different types of users, having conversations with them, of course, planned conversations, not unplanned ones, getting insights from them, lot of analysis and collating, figuring out, okay, these 2 individuals are kind of the same. That person and this is very different. Based on this, after months of exercise, when you have spoken to enough number of people, when you have a large enough sample size, as they call it, you can finally say that, okay, maybe these are the 4 personas or 5 personas that work for our company, at least at this point of time, which could change in the next couple of years as well. So it is not just one section in your case study. It's an effort that takes 6 months to a year, maybe even more.
I think at this point, because we are also kind of running on time and out of it at the same time, let's take this little forward, right? So we have a hypothetical situation like one of our SEM 6 students here, or a SEM 8 student ideally in this hypothetical situation has just got a job in Swiggy, okay, as a UX designer. Okay. What will that student do?
What will that student do once that student is in?
Has just joined Swiggy as one of junior UX design team. So what would be the scenario that, so this is also the window we will talk about the micro also,
Right, what would this person do, right? Let me think about what are some of our new joinees do. I see my colleagues sitting out there, so maybe they're a better position to answer that, but okay, let's see. First of all, I think first couple of weeks, I would want this person to understand what Swiggy is, right? Remember that jumping into the Ferris wheel that I said, right? Your first step, the moment you get your offer letter, you're not on the Ferris wheel yet. You're just standing in front of it, and the wheel is slowly moving, and you'll have to jump into the right place, right? So it's about you figuring out how fast is this wheel moving? Which seat should I go and sit? How should I jump so that I don't fall, but I get a nice right place out there? That will need you to understand a lot about how this giant wheel is actually moving, right? So first couple of weeks is about that. Now, if I were to translate it into what exactly happens on the ground, you'll be added to a couple of meetings. What are these meetings? No context will be set to you. Sure, there will be some, knowledge transfer or KT as we say, someone comes and tells you, okay, this part, this is what we had done, this is what we had done in the past, this worked, this didn't work, all these things will happen. But in addition to that, you will be put into meetings where you have no context about. You would be made to be spectators. You'll just hear. You'll hear the conversations. You will see how people are responding. What are the details that they think about? What are the details it's okay to ignore? How each individual is, what kind of language do you need to speak to a person who's from a product team versus who's from a business team versus who's your design leader. You will learn all of them. And in the process, you'll also learn 1 or 2 terminologies which internally we like to use. I'm not a big fan of jargons, but yeah, invariably you end up using. So you'll do all of them. And very soon, within a week or perhaps less than a week, you'll have a first project in hand. Don't expect the project is nothing but, end to end. Let's now we'll start selling headphones at Swiggy, so design the headphone selling experience. No, it's not going to be that, right? It'll be one small thing within the entire experience that we already have, right? You might even feel that, hey, am I really painting that small pixel in a huge painting? You probably are. But what is important for you as a new joinee to understand is, what value is that pixel adding out there? What impact does it have in the entire large giant wheel that is moving? What will happen if that pixel is not present? If you do your analysis right, you'll probably realize that the wheel will probably stop if that pixel is not present. So yeah, that's what you will be doing, when you join. And as a part of this project, as and when you keep taking up the small things, you will start connecting all the dots. Whatever you have observed in the first couple of meetings, whatever challenges that you faced, and slowly, you will keep delivering one project after another, and very soon, in less than 6 months, or maybe even less than that, you'll see yourself doing relatively bigger projects with a lot of ambiguity. Things won't be as simple that, we are trying to do this is the experience we need to design. Your problem statements would be very vague. There'll be a lot of ambiguity in this. It could be this, it could be that. We could do this or we could do that, which is completely different. Things will depend on your judgment. Of course, not you alone. You'll have help as well to figure out what is the right thing that you would want to build. So yeah, that's pretty much at least what we do at Swiggy. Of course, shouldn't be standardized for every company.
No, thanks, Saptarshi, because that two very, very important things on our list, and keeping a look at time. This brings me to that. Like, you were talking about this. My school didn't teach me to file taxes while I was studying. Right. The inability to join the dots, right. And the need and the ability to join the dots being a very important skill, maybe the important skill. If you have learned maths and accountings and still can't file taxes, then the problem is not in the curriculum. Problem is in your ability to join the dots. And so you just spoke about the first 2 2 weeks of experience, and I also get a lot of student feedback, like students who go to the industry, and actually that's the reason why we are having this conversation. Sometimes they feel lost, and it's not their fault because we haven't trained them that way. We've always given them briefs. We've always, So this idea that you're just in meetings and the task given to you, and nobody has given you the task. The task given to you is to join the dots. Right. So if I'm okay, let me bitch my students out. So if I'm bitching my students out, one of the I was sharing that with you, right? Like, one of the frustrations we face is that there is UX as a module, and there is UI as a module, and mostly after that there is a portfolio making module. And when I see the portfolio, it doesn't have a UX. There is no navigation scenario. It doesn't have any categories. It is just a very good looking piece, And I just realized that maybe they're just not joining the dots. And let's talk about joining the dots.
See, I'll tell you, my favorite subject back in school, back in college, all my life had been mathematics. Yeah, I'm a nerd, I got into IIT and all. But let me tell you the real reason why I loved mathematics. Because I was a lazy student. Every other thing, be it chemistry, be it, okay, not physics also I loved. But every other thing, be it history, geography or civics, I need to know 100% of the things to be able to answer 100% of the things. Math was the only subject where I could learn just 5% of it, and I could solve 100% of the things. And that was why it was my favorite subject, right? Because you cannot learn all the formulas in this world. Let me repeat, you cannot learn all the formulas in this world. Not just for math, it's a statement for your life. There are way too many formulas. Some of you would maybe discover or invent some of the formulas as you grow up. One fine day, maybe I'll say Sapta's rule, I will write it down. But that doesn't mean that I found that rule. That rule was always there. Maybe I just went ahead and standardized it, right? Now, you shouldn't go and blindly read that rule and say that, hey, now I know everything, right? That's what colleges do. 4 years sounds like 4 or 5 years sounds like a very long time. But it is not enough to teach you all the formulas that you will ever need for your life.
It can only teach you the fundamentals, and that's where I think the conversation that Rahul and I were having, that a lot of people bitch about, I was never taught to do taxes. Like, I find it difficult as well to do taxes. You know, I always hire a CA for that. But guess what? I was taught. Maybe I didn't pay attention to it. Maybe I was playing games on my phone on the last bench, whatever, right? Not bitching students again. But the fundamentals were always taught. But you never paid attention, or you failed to connect the dots to know how to apply it to filing your tax. Same things happened out here. How many of your organizers of this event are a part of organizing committee here? Can I see some raised hands? Okay. Okay, a lot of them are here. Right. Okay. If you see the kind of stuff that you're doing, this was not taught to you by anyone. This was not taught to you by anyone. Your parents have taught you so many things. They taught you how to speak. They taught you how to behave, discipline, and all of them. They never taught you some of the crises that you're managing as a part of it. I took my flight from Bangalore at 9 p.m. yesterday. What if I'd missed my flight for whatever reason? It was on them to figure out what is the alternate way for them to find an alternate flight so that I make here on time. Although that would be my sheer irresponsibility, but they would have to figure it out. That would involve, how do you convince the university to get that extra budget, because last moment tickets will be more expensive? How do you reschedule some of those things by speaking to different speakers and all? Nobody taught you that. I'm sure you would probably have one or two such instances as a part of this as well, right? That's a crisis management, which you actually used all the fundamentals that you taught in your college, that you were taught by your parents and everyone. You connected the dots and you figured it out naturally. That's what is expected from you as well in the industry. You'll be taught all the fundamentals, learn them well. When you go to the industry, if you don't connect the dots, you'll find like, hey, what is happening? I'm totally lost. मैं तो सिर्फ जुगाड़ कर रहा हूँ यहाँ पे. You're right, that जुगाड़ is nothing but connecting the dots, which we often fail to do. Yep. That's all.
That was almost like a passionate appeal. I mean, maybe much needed. Yeah, I was just thinking, when he was talking about painting that little pixel, that's such a favorite metaphor of mine. I was thinking that if you paint the little pixel well, then the water might not jump into his t-shirt. If the person had the alignment in that user scenario, the alignment between the tap and the drainage point was the pixel that was not painted well. And one pixel that was not painted well spoiled the entire user experience. And then inside we were having this discussion that how actually the user experience is always shaped by the micros, not by the macros in the way. Like macros can give you feelings like, wow, this is interesting, this is great. But you might enter a space thinking it is great, but if you find like the toilets are not clean, the lines are too long, the spaces are too claustrophobic, if you collect a lot of negative micros, then your user experience of that great space is not great. And that is a lot of things that, maybe at the portfolios of our students might be reflecting something ulta. So this is my chance to tell you that, somebody like you should come to the campus more often. Not necessarily be on stage, but maybe be in the classroom. And we need to kind of drive it down, at a different level also, just a workshop or a master class, or something like that.
Yeah, I think, there's another thing as well. Like, I know, it's very easy for me to sit here because I've seen the impact of some of the micros and all, and then, giving some pravachan and gyan out here. But for someone to really understand what value does micro bring, you need to see some evidence of it, right? See, I'm from the school called Don Bosco. Anyone from Don Bosco school here? Yeah, a couple of other people, right? So my school was an all-boys school. So it's named after Saint Don Bosco. John Bosco was his name, right? So there was one quote which our fathers and brothers used to say, that Don Bosco always said that it is not enough to love boys. Boys should know that they are loved. Okay? Of course, it was said for boys because it was an all-boys school. It translates to everything. It is not enough for me to say that those details matter. You should know that the details matter, and you'll have to realize it yourself. And no matter how many times I say or Rahul says, you'll probably find it very difficult to digest the fact unless you do something and you see the impact of that small micro thing changing the entire experience. experience. So for that, Rahul, yes, absolutely. There has to be more hands-on and practical work that students do in the campus so that they realize the importance of those
So
pixel
we will kind of
perfections.
co-design them with you in due time.
Absolutely.
Okay. I was just looking at our list, right? We've ticked off a lot, actually. We are going right on time. But, you know, this is something that, again, I want to bring onto the table. We were talking about layoffs, right? The situation in the industry right now. More than talking about layoffs, the question is, how is the designer, especially a UX designer, you know, because that is your foray, how is a designer placed in the Indian economy, in the industry right now? What are the challenges? And then, you know, how the conversation inside ended, like, you know, the people, like the relationship between the formula and the AI, you know, so we could, maybe that's a good way to.
Sure. Let me ask this question. How many of you feel that, you know, your, all the design aspirants out here, I believe, right? That your job...
This is like a suspense question.
Like a suspense question. Okay, let's make it simple. How many of you think AI will take your job away? Easier question. Fewer more hands, okay. Still largely a positive audience. I love you all. See, look at this. Like, Rahul, I think you've spoken about the L word. I don't want to take that L word. Have heard a lot about it, right? A part of it is because, see, the industry, the world economy is not at the best position. It happens, you know, it's like a sine wave. It keeps going up and down, and it'll happen. You know, once after every X years, I think some economists would say that this happens. It's bound to happen. It's not that things will never get better. It will get better. You will again have those crests and troughs, as you see on the sine wave. So right now, we are going through a low. When I say we, entire industry. India is probably not that much affected. I have a lot of friends in the US who works in the tech industry, living their American dream in San Francisco. They are scared. They are way more scared than me or anyone else out here in India. Because they do not know the next day when they go to office if their ID cards are going to work or not. And it is not as simple. They don't have a green card. They will probably have X number of days to exit the country, and they are married with kids, property, everything out there. Can you understand what the situation is? It's scary overall in the world, right? Now coming back, whatever that L word that is happening, largely it is because of the way the economy is, and that affects not just designers, but anyone and everyone, okay? And the second part is, if you see, technology is advancing, right? Sure, AI is one of them, but technology is advancing with each passing day. And with that, what happens is, our lives get easier. Our lives get easier. There was a time, if you ask your grandparents and all, they would clean the house with a pocha, and they will sit and do it like this, right? Today we have vacuum cleaner, which does almost as good a job as that, right? Or maybe a different kind of mop which does it. So technology is making lives easier. The same thing will happen, and it'll keep happening at every stage of life, no matter where we are. I'm pretty sure even 50 years from now, some people would be scared that, hey, maybe not AI, some other magical word is going to take my job away. That is going to be always there, right? So again, coming back, what's the future of it? If you're doing redundant work, or if you are just following formula, a set recipe, yes, your job is at risk. Your job is at risk. Because if you can blindly follow a formula and get some output out of it, tomorrow a machine can definitely do it and way better than you. So don't even think about it, right? And also, especially if I talk about design, different companies handle design or value design in different ways. It's not about understanding or not, right? And what I've seen in the last 9 or 10 years of me being in the industry, that no one can get big money by just operating a tool. I don't know, maybe flying a rocket or an airplane could be a different story. I don't know about that. Maybe robots will fly that soon, right? But nobody can get big bucks or make a great career out of their life by simply operating a tool. And that's a mistake many designers do. And many companies also want designers to be that way, where, you know, the thinking and the brainstorming and the problem solving which these folks are doing, like of course all of you are doing, that's done by some other people who are not designers. Maybe they are, I don't know, business people or marketing people or product management people. And designers are just the Figma operators. So if you end up in a company where you're just a Figma operator, yes, you will get replaced very soon. You'll get replaced very soon. If you're not using this, that's where the problem is. So always try to work somewhere where you are actually a part of the problem solving and not just operating a tool. The problem is given to you. Now, if the solution to that is some statement that you make, or a decision that you take, or an interface that you make, or a song that you write, you will take that decision. Not that someone else comes and says, yeah, we figured this out, you just write a song and we'll record it tomorrow. No, that's not where you want to be. You will come up with and say that, yes, the solution to this problem is a song, so let's write and record it.
This is what he said is so important. You know, thank you for saying this in such a elucidate way that I think everybody in the audience kind of got it, right? Let's extend it for 2 more minutes, because let's get into the UX process, you know, and let's look at, because we know that like this role of a Figma operator. Can we kind of talk about it a little bit, you know? Because this is very important, because a lot of our students, at the time of students, you fetishize Figma. A good Figma mockup is your final ambition, and you're willing to sacrifice, process, everything to be able to attain that. So let's get back to Figma.
Yeah, you know, see, Figma is a tool. Like I said, it's again a technology. Like I think Rahul and I were discussing, there was a time when people used to design interfaces on Photoshop, which is a much more complicated tool. People who use it who know it, right? It's a professional grade graphic design tool. Imagine you're just using 5% of that feature to design interfaces. It'll be much complicated. It's like, you know, shaving with a lawnmower, if you get the context, right? The best way to look at this is think of the technicians around you. Think of a carpenter who has built this table, or a plumber who should fix that tap in my hotel, right? What are they doing? They have a bag full of tools. They never come with the intent that today I'm going to make this table with hammer because it's my new hammer and I love it. No one does it. That's stupidity, right? They are told that you need to make a table. The table should do A, B, and C. It should be able to take this much of load, this big. It should look like this. Use whatever tool you want. Use a power tool if you want to. Use a hammer if you want to. You know, you use a hand saw if you want to. Or you know, 3D print a part if you want to. But at the end, you'll have to come up with the solution. So never be dependent on one single tool. If I were to give you an industry example out here, right? At Swiggy, we are in the process of defining some guidelines around our visuals. I think I was telling Rahul the same story as well, right? Think of it, let's, for example, illustration guidelines. Now, how the illustration styles should be and all, right? So previously, it would be a set of documentation with a lot of examples. You know, it should be maybe stroked, it should be gradient, it should be, you know, this much of white, this much of this color, that color, documentation, only 2 elements in one composition, not more than that, and so on and so forth. Sure, those things still exist. But in addition to that, there's also another important thing that we have put out there, which is what kind of prompts should you write to automate a large part of those generation, right? Now, when I say that AI will take your job, no, it's not that someone will come and just write prompts and generate illustrations after illustrations. No. If you want to perfect your prompt that way, it'll take half of your lifetime. The key is get as much as you can from whichever tool you have. Work on top of it. Maybe get the first 40% of the illustration done by automatically generating it in just 30 seconds. After that, spend another hour on your Illustrator, Photoshop, or Figma, whichever tool you like, and then make the final output. No one has asked you to use one tool. You have your arsenal at your disposal. Be like the carpenter. Don't just be I want to use a word which I shouldn't be using. Don't just be a slave. Yeah, that's a better word. Don't just be a slave of Figma or any other tool.
No, you also had this, you know, you had a complaint about young designers at a very early stage of their lives. You know, this is linked to the tool metaphor. I mean, maybe with this we can end our part, and then we can open up the questions for the house. But he actually has an issue. It's a problem, and I empathize with it because I feel it the same. That people at a very young age are deciding their specialization, and actually saying that, oh, I am only interested in illustration, so I don't want to learn UX, or you know, that UX research is not a job that I would like to do, or you know, things like that. You know, I think you should just take it.
Sure, you know, I've seen this a lot. People trying to be an expert too early in life. Having said that, you know, I'm no way suggesting that you should learn anything and everything because there's literally no end to it. There's, if you've learned this much, then there's always something else that you can do. There's always something else that you can do, right? Of course, you have every right to, push the brake pedals whenever you want. But if you just talk about maybe experience designing, it cannot restrict to just one small thing. So my suggestion is always keep trying the things which are adjacent to you. You start doing one thing for sure. When I started designing, like you said, I'm an engineer. When I got my first job, right, I remember first couple of weeks, I was just doing the problem solving and the brainstorming part, right? Sure, I was designing visuals as well, but there was another expert who would look into my visuals and then polish it, make it better and all, right? Because the company where I was working, housing, we had the liberty of that. They had a huge team. That was a mistake again, but anyways, right? It happened. Then after a few days, it led me into questioning. What is this person doing that I cannot? So I started learning that adjacent skills. After doing something, when I pass it on to the next person, what is this person doing? I became curious about that. I saw that, hey, it's not that tough. I just need to know a few things. I just need to experiment with things in my tool. Maybe I need to read up a few things. Maybe I need to develop an eye. Once I do that, I started doing it. Very soon, my designs were not getting passed on to another person to beautify it or to make it accessible or to do whatever they were doing, right? This thing should always be there. And over time, you will see, when you have explored everything, you will naturally start spiking in a couple of directions. Specialization is not a thin icicle which goes like this, because if it does, it'll break very soon. It's always a pyramid. The base always has to be wide and strong, otherwise your tip is going to break off anytime. Once you do everything, over time you will see it spiking. That will naturally become your specialization. To let you all know, I've been designing for almost 9 to 10 years now professionally. I don't know if I'm a specialist of anything. Maybe in another 10 years or so, people will start saying that, okay, Sapta is probably a specialist in this. Okay, then if people say, I will believe it. But I am nowhere in a position to say that I'm a specialist of that.
I think this is the perfect note in which we can now flip the house, right? We need to flip the house. The floor is now open to any kind of questions. And firstly, I need to say, like, the vote of thanks will be given by somebody else. But firstly, I need to say thank you to you. It's like my utopia, like, you have somebody and students in front, and we get to have this kind of discussions, and in a kind of a candid way, which is also accessible to the students. It's not like you are giving us some kind of a gyan, right? The kind of experience sharing is fantastic. So yeah, with that, the questions on the house.
While that happens, I also observed another meta thing. What exactly is happening here? There's nothing but, maybe we are trying to teach something to you all out there. But of all the methods, we have chosen this, where two individuals sit on a stage like this and have a candid and casual conversation. We could have pretty much done on a classroom in a much more formal way. I could have pretty much shown some slides and still given a good enough lecture, right? But we chose this because we all collectively felt this is the right experience that we should build, right? So here the experience designer are nothing but the organizers, including, of course, Rahul, and maybe a part of me as well, right? So yeah, it's an experience inside experience. But it's you all who made it happen. Yeah, sure. Yeah. There are a couple of hands at the top. See, personas from the top half was left out, so no mic there.
There is
one here.
One mic needs needed. How many mics do we have?
You can take one.
Hello.
Yeah, I think
Hello. Hello. Hi, sir. My name is Sakshi. I currently work in a digital marketing agency. I've seen Swiggy coming up with amazing marketing campaigns going on all the year around, and I always follow your campaigns. And as I have worked in this industry for a couple of years, I've realized that in an organization, you cannot just look at the design perspective. You have to collaboratively work with various departments, and one of the most important department is the marketing. How do you balance out making designs which are also very compatible with your marketing team and the strategies that they're coming up with?
You think we have done a good job at balancing?
Yeah, pretty much, yes.
Thank you, because I don't think so. I mean, sure, jokes apart. I think there's a lot of improvement in what you're doing. If you as a professional marketer is saying that we have done a good job, like, thank you, I'll pass it on to the team, they'll be very happy, right? First of all, I don't control marketing directly, only some parts of it. So I'm not the right person to answer it perhaps, right? But one thing that we do as a culture is we are very open. We do have hierarchies, we do have separate teams, but we believe in working together. Like, to give you an idea, I was saying, right, the brainstorming, the first employee, whoever joins, will put you in a meeting where there's some discussions happening where you're just a spectator. Let me speak a little bit about that composition. That composition of the meeting are people from various departments: design, product management, tech, could be business, could be operations, could be marketing, depending on what we are discussing, what the situations are. So what I'm trying to say is, all stakeholders are put in a room together, especially for the initial discussions, because we know that all of them are really good in their respective field. So this collaboration always exists. So, it's not an extra effort that we do to be in sync. It is just because our teams are connected to some extent, so it naturally happens, because all of us know the requirements, the challenges of other teams. But having said that, I think this is the time, since we are also scaling as a company, we need to take a more focused approach towards bringing some of these alignments. And that's a work in progress which we are doing. That's why I was saying that I don't think we have done the greatest job out there, but still, I would take your comment as a compliment. Thank you.
Also, I have one more question.
Sure.
I have observed that people who use Swiggy, they are loyal customers to Swiggy, and people who have used Zomato are loyal customers to Zomato. How do you make sure through your designs you have a unique identity to Swiggy throughout the user journey? I mean, I've got into multiple debates with my friends when it comes to who uses what. And how do you make sure that the design, the updates that you're coming on your app is unique and it has its own personality and it stands out and brings a new experience to their customer when it comes to Swiggy loyal customers?
Right, you're absolutely bang on that. There are Zomato loyalists, there are Swiggy loyalists, and there are dual appers as well. People who keep using both of them depending on situation, right? Now, to answer your question, I don't think we ever focus on doing something unique, right? I don't think our focus is ever that let's try and do something different today which our competition hasn't done, right? Maybe, somewhere as a secondary, tertiary thing, that could be one of our goals, but that's never the primary thing. We always think of doing the right things in the right way. Very simple to say that. We are very consumer backward, to the extent that internally we call ourselves consumer obsessed, right? We are a consumer focused company, and there are statements that are made by our CEO himself. Like, once our CEO Harsha, he said, Sapta, something that is not user backward will never give us business returns in the long run. So when a CEO has that kind of opinion, we do get some liberty to do things in the right way. Of course, conditions apply. Some cases would be different. So yeah, we believe in doing the right things in the right way. And in the process, when we have that liberty to think broader and think what is the right thing to do, innovations do happen, right? Having said that, we also keep a close check in our competition, and they are a great competitor, because we keep each other's at the edge of our seats. So yeah, that.
Hello. Hi,
First,
sir.
Yeah, talk.
Okay. So, my name is Harshal, and I've had my internship experiences in great places.
Okay.
But somewhere, I've seen that some people try to remaster the wheel, while some people try to reinvent the wheel. As a designer, I'll make something better rather than the existing experience into a better experience. So, for example, I'll give you with Swiggy's example that since Swiggy has some great updates in their UX and UI, a lot of Figma projects and students are replicating that similar design style and experience. So should we as students remaster the wheel or reinvent the wheel every time we have to think to make a better experience?
No, I think you should focus on why you're doing something, right? Again, maybe it's an extension of the question which was just asked, right? Your focus shouldn't be like, let us do something better. Sure, that should be an overall attitude of your team or whatever you're doing, but you keep the problem in hand. You try to analyze, see what is not happening in the perfect way in the existing experience or the existing design. Based on that, you can take a call. This needs an overhaul, right? There are many places, even in our app, which we know are not at the perfect state, and we are in the process of building some of them, right? It all comes from the fact that, hey, in this case, in this situation, if the user comes here when they had already done X, Y, Z, and they're about to do A, B, C, there's a dead end. They don't understand. So these are some of the cases and all, which maybe there are challenges in our present experiences and flows. That we try to look at, right? So it's never that, let us make something better today. It never starts that way. Although, it's a continued effort to keep doing something better. I think that's the attitude within the company. Now coming to yours thing, right? People getting inspired by some company, there's nothing wrong in it, right? Getting inspired is totally fine. I mean, from what we are wearing to what we are doing, we're all getting inspired by something or someone, right? So, which is okay, but make sure that you know that why you're doing it, what you're getting out of it, right? Like a few days back, I think I was giving the example, someone tagged me on an LinkedIn post where they say that I redesigned the explore mode of Instagram, which is nothing but a UI refresh. There's this color added out here, that color added out there and all, right? Now, why did you do that refresh? In an attempt to make it better, there was no better thing out there. Nothing wrong as well, very similar. I just dropped a comment saying that, hey, nice work on the UI, but could you answer these questions? Like, how is it improving the user experience? A couple of things I don't remember exactly, right? Person never replied because that person didn't have the answers. The person never thought about all of those. So they were just thinking at a surface level. They started with, isko acha kaise banana hai? And all that they could think of was colors डालते हैं, इसको देखने में better बनाते हैं, and not कि इसको flow में और experience overall better करें.
I have an extension to my question as well. So I'm a fourth year student, I'm about to graduate. So over the 4 years when we joined, it was more about the curiousness, it was more about the curiosity and creativity. But by the end of the 4th year where I'm learning and moving forward in my UX journey, it is more being corporatized and very standard ki thoda it's very office like you don't feel designed to be very much creative but more like problem solving. So somewhere that whole excitement of actually going to the office tomorrow for my internship and designing something new or making something better has been less.
Who told you that problem solving cannot be creative? See, I'll tell you, I know at times happens, there are always different kinds of things. At times, you feel that, hey, I'm doing that same boring thing again and again and again, right? But you would see, if you feel that for a long amount of time, it's highly possible that you are not being creative enough and the work needs you to be creative, right? My colleague Lavish is here, I think you should catch up with him. He was designing a while on some banners which will get automated, okay? Which means the machine will automatically do it because our banners can be in 50,000 different variants across all of India, right? For that, it might feel like, hey, I'm just designing a banner. It is just have an image and just have a text. But speak to him and understand how much of creativity he had to put in to make sure that a machine can replicate it. And at the same time, it looks good, it looks desirable, it looks beautiful. That's where creativity comes into the picture. So if you feel that, it's just that boring thing, just open your third eye, right? Your work deserves, so your work needs more creativity.
And to just add on to that first question, maybe you need to do both. You need to sometimes be truly innovative and have the skills as a designer to, but you also need to make what it is better, make the user experience better. So you can't be like, which skill should I have? You should have both actually. I mean, that's the sum. We have a question from the back.
We have time for just one more question and then
Take
we'll
that,
close.
he's been waiting.
Yeah.
Very good evening, sir. So my question is like nowadays, like you need to follow a mental model to design a product, like an application said. So like designs are getting similar. Say Flipkart and Amazon have the same user experience. So how come being a designer keep ourselves out of the box and designing the same experience with different elements? Like, is it really needed to like follow the same pattern just for the sake of experience? Like, the search bar is always on top, or sometimes in the navigation bar at the bottom. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, that's what my question is. Like, how deeply we need to understand the mental model part.
I think Rahul used a wonderful word, template, right? Templates exist, isn't it? Sure, I understand that some of these things would work with templates, right? Look at this thing. We have tons of tools out there, right? If you open Microsoft Word or Pages or any of this tool, you'll have tons of templates out there, which is nothing but essentially, creating a flyer, creating an advertisement. You have templates for all of them. How many companies do you think use those templates? Nobody, right? Those are meant for just, if you want to, maybe print a birthday card for your nephew or somebody, you'd probably use that. I don't know, not even you are a designer, right? So templates work only to a certain extent. Now coming back, what you said, right? Mental model you have used. Mental model is nothing but what a user is used to seeing doing, right? If green is positive and red is negative, if the users have been trained about that since the beginning of time, don't mess with that. That'll create confusion, right? I'll give you an interesting anecdote. One of my friends, designer friend, he was doing some sort of a user testing in some remote parts of northeastern India, right? He was showing some, user interfaces, and these are not city people like you and I, right? They were trying to understand what are the reactions. One person said, hey, what is that badminton doing there? What does this badminton do? There was a question around that. Guess what that badminton was? Any guesses? Yes. The search icon was the badminton racket. When was the last time you searched for anything using a magnifying glass? Nobody ever done, right? You look around, this is how you search. But we are trained in a way that that's magnifying glass is equivalent to search. It's not the most symbolic thing though. It's just that we have seen it for so many years, we got used to it. In fact, some of the older versions of Mac operating system, you would see the search icon was a binocular, not even a, anyways, right? Now, magnifying glass. Those are the things you shouldn't mess around with, right? Things will change. There are always, things you can make better. Now, who said search should always be at the top? Search is already coming at the bottom in many places because it's much more accessible than, with phones getting bigger, it is much difficult to reach with a thumb. There are many designs which are made optimized for a two-hand browsing. If you use Instamart, how many of you know Instamart? You have used, right? Instamart, you would see in the category section, we have the categories on the left in a vertical panel and the items on the right. That design is optimized for a relatively bigger device to be used with two hands. Because when you use two hands, and since most of the devices are bigger, right, you use your left hand for switching categories and right hand for adding items, because for a use case like Instamart, quick switching between categories is very essential. You might be buying 1 can of Coke and half a kilo of atta and whatever, a packet of biscuit. These are all in different categories. So quick switching is needed. So it is optimized for a two-hand browsing, which was always there. We could have always used, tabs or any other traditional thing. But understanding what is the need of the hour and changing based on that is needed, right? It's about that. Look at what we are wearing today. It is always at top. We cover the top of our body. We cover the bottom of our body. But trends, styles, and all keep changing, no? Ties are not supposed to be worn this way. I wore, no, because it's hot today. So there's always room for innovation, okay?
Thank you so much, Saptarshi, for sharing all your insights and your wonderful analogies. And thank you, Rahul, for taking the conversation forward so seamlessly. I now invite Professor Upasana, HOD of the Global Design Program, to please give the vote of thanks.
On behalf of all the students present today, I would like to extend our gratitude for your insightful session. Your words have resonated deeply with each of one of us, reminding us the power of positive mindset and the importance of maintaining the right attitude in connecting the dots. Thank you once again for sharing your valuable insights and empowering us with tools to embark on a journey towards greatness. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you once again, and thank you all. We'll start the next session with Mr. Stephen Mascarenas in 5 minutes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Kindly settle down so we can get started. Everyone is requested to kindly settle down. Good afternoon and welcome to the next session of Ahmedabad Design Week 5.0. Our speaker for this session is Mr. Stephen Mascarenhas for the session titled From Classroom to Studio. Stephen is the CEO and founder of Synergens VFX. With over 25 years of experience in the M&E industry, he has been integral to the growth and success of Prime Focus and its 3D stereo division. Evangelizing careers in visual effects for people with disabilities, his vision led to train and place over 30 people with disabilities who have earned credits as VFX artists on some of the recent Hollywood and Bollywood films. He has also won the National Award for his contribution to a paper on STEM to STEAM for engineering students at the National Teachers Congress in 2019. Stephen has been a chef, an actor, a basketball coach, a teacher, a voiceover artist, and a sports commentator for ESPN Star Sports. Some of his recent work as VFX producer for the work done by his team at Synergens include Pathan, Jawan, Tiger 3, Upload Season 3, Class Elite, Scoop, Masaba Season 2, Guns and Gulabs, Archies, and Kho Gaye Hum Kahan, among others. Please join me in welcoming Stephen on stage. I request Professor Arun Gupta, the HOD of Animation and Digital Media, to please come up and felicitate our guest. Thank you, Arun sir, and over to you, Stephen.
Design Week. How are you guys doing? Wow. Okay. I think all of you. Did you guys have lunch? Can I have this? Okay. Now it's working. Maybe that's the reason you all didn't wake up. Hello and welcome to Ahmedabad Design Week. How you guys doing? Still no energy. Come on, guys. You guys are college students. You want to just stand and shake yourselves up? No, I have to wake you up, because if you don't wake up, it's going to be dangerous. Even I'll fall asleep. Okay. So a little bit about myself. Why that tone and that voice? Because that was something that I did many, many years back. I used to be a sports commentator. And I used to speak in Hindi. Unimaginable. A little bit about from where I started. Why the chef? I was from Dada Catering College. I'm a science student. Okay. Went to Dada Catering College, finished my catering course. And then I was working at an Ambassador Sky Chef, which is the flight kitchen for airlines at the Mumbai airport. I worked there for about 6 to 8 months. Iffy, not something which I want to do, moved. I auditioned because I wanted to be an actor. You know, Mumbai is very filmy, very much Bollywood, so I wanted to be theatre. I used to do a lot of theatre in school. So I was an actor as well, got into that. Did 3 shows. I used to work with people like Dinyar Contractor, Shubha Kote, Anant Madhavan, way back in 95, 96. I had a lot of shows. I'm sure some of you were not even born then. What's the age group? 94? Anybody born then? No, see? So, moved from there. I got a chance. Somebody saw me because I used to be a basketball coach in a school. So that was my part-time activity. So part-time activity became a full-time job. Okay, it's all about, the reason I'm telling you this is, as opportunities came along, I just jumped at it, got myself up to speed, and I just went with it. Going with the flow. That's how I'm here. Okay. Worked there for 5 years. I've covered sport that I've never played in my life. NBA was the only thing that I was covering at that time. I learned what football was. I used to cover English Premier League, Italian Serie A, Spanish football, Dutch football, talk about the game. I used to sit, learn it, study it, put all the technicals together, and audition for it. And that's how I made it. I used to do X Games. Never even, that's not even a sport for India. How many of you have watched X Games? Aggressive inline, street luge, you know, some of the sports. Nobody even does that. But I studied everything and I used to talk about the sport. So they used to have X Game qualifying. I've done winter X Games. There's no snow in Mumbai. But you learn all these things. And you keep acquiring and keep growing, keep moving. I did Kabaddi in like 1998, Davangere. Kabaddi Pro has become now popular. So the journey has been long. The VFX journey actually started in 2000. Again, just happened by chance, luck by chance. Okay. I used to do voiceovers, dubbing. I still do that. And I happened to be at a studio, which is Famous Studios in Mumbai. Spoke to a couple of guys. There was Famous House of Animation, all guys from NID, E. Suresh, Webav. I'm sure you would have heard some of those names. So met them, got into House of Animation. I should do development in business, learning animation, and all of that. And then 3 years later, I moved to Prime Focus. That was my beginning at Prime Focus. It was a studio with just 130 people. And that was actually the biggest start that I had. I spent a good 17 years there. I grew from being a marketing manager to the senior VP there. And I grew a department from 30 to 6,000, 7,000 people across India. I set up 5 locations. And that's how the VFX really, really kind of excited me, because I want to do something different every day. And VFX was something that, you know, kept me going. So the reason I'm again sharing this with you guys, as students, today you have a much better chance at doing what you can do, what you wish to do, what you want to do, because you're getting trained in that. You know, there were no such opportunities to learn at that time. So you had to do whatever, learn the skill, pick it up on the job, and then do what you have to do, right? So that's been my journey and how I grew in Prime Focus. And then in 2018, again, I had a change of heart. I had done enough, growing this place, setting up a new place, setting up Generate as a company. I set up number 9 VFX during the lockdown, sitting in Mumbai, setting up the entire operation in Montreal. And, you know, that was again a remote operation, different kind of a structure. And then finally I said, this is it. You know, then I wanted to just focus on Cinegents, and we grew Cinegents again from 8, now we're like 100 plus. You know, so that's again a company that we've grown over the last 5 years. We started with 0 as one of our jobs, and then we've just done, you know, a whole lot of Bollywood work. We were happy to be part of Spider-Man, a couple of years back. So you keep getting these opportunities as you keep, moving on. And that's been my journey at Cinegens and how we've grown that. I do a lot of other things besides that. I manage, Stephen Devasey is one of the great performers. He's a singer, live performer, he does. So Stephen Devasey is a very, very big musician, and so I manage him directly now. And I work very closely with him. We are releasing an album together. It's called Ekta. It's still in the making. In fact, I was supposed to be shooting in Shimoga, where he is right now. But since I had this, so I came this side. I said, you can carry on there. So I was just telling Anayata as well, while I was talking and saying, I don't leave anything which is untouched. Somebody speaks to me about something and I want to try it. And that was the whole reason of actually moving out of Prime Focus, because I want to do multiple things, different things. Try my hand at whatever excites you, because you have just a little bit more to live. You want to try your hand at everything. VFX is not just it. Though I love VFX, that's been the most interesting part of my entire journey. I've been part of so many shows. It's been fantastic. So what I'm going to show you is, some of the work that we've done. Let's, not just talk. See the work, and then we'll talk again. Yeah. I would like it to be more of questions for you to ask me that, especially if you want to know how to get into this. I've explained it in one line, definitely, on how easy it is to get into VFX. It's not a tough job, but you just need to be good at what you are, whatever that you do. And then you stand out. That's the most important part. Okay? So, can we just put all the lights out? Otherwise, you won't enjoy it. Even just cut everything. Make it fully dark. Yeah, now you like it. Lights. So you saw the variety of work there is. So there's a lot to do in VFX, right from the word go. From the opening titles to the end credits, there's enough work to do. And there's more than enough work for all of you, trust me. Okay, it's just about which part of it that you want to be a part of. So there's graphics, there's rotoscopy, so roto paint and tracking, that's basically BG prep activities. That's before you actually get into the VFX. And then you start creating, putting in layers, that's compositing, right? And whatever CG that you saw, the car tossing, that's all CG builds. So you create the model, then you animate the model, and then you put textures, and then you breathe life into those visuals. Otherwise, it looks pretty dead. So that's the whole idea of, and I'm more VFX. I know a lot of you do animation, and since you have a very animation-focused program, it's more, I think, intense on animation, right? And less on VFX. Okay. Okay. So for all of you who really want, for me, it's more going to be on what kind of questions you have, so I can answer direct questions rather than just keep talking. So how many of you actually want to get into something like this, doing VFX? Okay, that's interesting. What part of VFX do you want to do? I mean, what is your understanding of VFX?
Not something particular, but I feel VFX is such a huge ocean, and I don't really discover what exactly there is, but I want to get into that ocean and explore multiple aspects of it.
So that's a good thing to start at, that you have to get into it to actually begin discovering yourself, and then which drift you take, that is up to you. So there's 2D side of VFX, there's 3D side of VFX. So 2D is basically all roto paint, cleanup, camera track, compositing, digital matte painting. That all comes into the 2D side of VFX. But the minute you get into 3D projections, then digital matte painting also gets into 3D and CG. CG is again, your modeling, texturing, lighting, all of that. So that entire CG build, asset build, adding life, and then bringing the two together, that's the compositing part, where 2D and 3D meet, So we start building all of these. So there are experts who just do the car tires, So when there are cars to be built, you have to have working with, an entire team of people. And that's why studios are, basically you have big pipelines. You have multiple people working on a project. And that's why you have the end credits, which are like nowadays almost 10 to 12 minutes of only end credits to the entire show, because that much more technical, that much more technology, that much more innovation that's coming into VFX, that much more exploration that's happening on VFX. So the level of VFX has also gone very, very high from what it used to be in 2010 to what's in 24. That's okay. I think the more I show, it'll get intriguing, and then you can have some more questions. All right? So there's one more interesting part of visual effects, that's motion graphics, which is now becoming very popular, okay? Every show almost has, they want to have very nice creative opening titles, they want to have phone PIPs, pop-up messages have become very common now because social media is so exciting. Earlier, you had to literally put a camera into your screen to shoot everything, okay? But with the advent of introducing something called pop-ups, so you can actually shoot the character, you can actually shoot the actor, giving their expressions, and you can keep showing what they're actually looking at in different ways. So you have some very simple pop-ups, you have graphic-looking pop-ups. So we've done that. How many of you watch Class, the series on Netflix? So we did a lot of work on that. In fact, we set the entire look for the show right from the beginning till the end. So we worked on the first 4 episodes. There was another studio called Zero Gravity that worked on the latter episodes. There was totally 8. And but basically we gave the entire look. I'll just play that for you guys to have a look at what does it look like. shoot white now. You just need to put 4 dots as track markers. So you can keep tracking the screen. So whenever it's a moving shot, you know how to track the screen. So you camera track it and then just put the image on screen. But now you can do without green screen. Just move all the chairs from here. Screen, but now you can do without green screen. Just move all the chairs from here. I can make you guys, sitting in Switzerland and watching the same reel. Everything's possible now with VFX. So that's more or less, I was having a conversation with one of the students, and I always try to understand what is the expectation of a student coming to the industry. What are you expecting from the industry? Who can answer that? Industry is very big, let me tell you. Okay, when I started in 2000, there was just 1 or 2 studios. Okay, today every city has a studio. Okay, everybody can with just 3 or 4 people, just doing small stuff. Or you want to grow bigger, then you need to keep upgrading yourself and do bigger things. Right? So what is it that you expect from the industry as a student? What is it that you're, anyone? Yes, please.
So as a student, I always expect to have a learning curve and have the liberty to experiment around with whatever I have learned at the college. But apparently the scenario is not like that. When we get into the industry, it's completely different. Play around with my creativity and have the liberty to experiment more, and that's where I can learn more.
How much time are you willing to invest in that?
I don't have any problem to put on hours and hours into it.
So that's the big challenge. Okay, a lot of students have this, that they're willing to do it now, but when it comes to the job, they get tired. They get because VFX, let me tell you, it's an unforgiving space. Okay, you work for like 4 days on something that you want to build. It's a car model. Okay, you've put your heart and soul into it, and you've been sweating at it. And there's somebody who comes behind you and says, "What crap is this?" How are you going to react to that? You'll be like, "Khoon pasina nikal gaya yaar mera pura, aur tu bol rahe crap hai." Well, that's the answer, right? Like, I've put my entire last 5-6 days, I haven't eaten, I've not slept. I'm trying to get this to you, and you call it crap. It is an unforgiving space. Sometimes it gets very challenging, it gets very difficult. Okay, I've had these situations where I've worked with youngsters a lot, incidentally. I used to hire, like I said, like almost 100, 200 people at a time. I was growing Prime Focus like crazy. 30 to 1,400 people in 8 months. I grew Generate from 0 to 900 people in 4 months. Okay, I was hiring like a madman. I used to go with my printer, sit in a hotel lobby, because people used to come for interviews, and I used to have my HR person sitting on one side, and I sit on one side, and my creative head sitting on one side, and meet, lock. It was that fast. We had no time because we had like shows like Batman vs Superman and all of that in the making, and we needed people. So hiring was crazy. So when you need people, and then it comes to actually producing results, right? And that's where your passion comes to play, on how passionate you are about what you want to do. Because then you don't get tired. Then you don't give up. Then you don't want to let go. Even if somebody says it's crap, okay, let me work on it and come back to you. I'll show you something better. Which part of it is crap? You'll ask questions which are more productive, rather than getting counterproductive and getting frustrated, banging your keyboard, breaking something. A lot of those things have happened. And so typically what we're looking for is somebody who's really involved in the process, somebody who's there neck deep into it, somebody who really wants to be, it's like getting dirty. You have to get your hands dirty for you to be able to do stuff which is highly creative. And again, like I said, it's unforgiving. So if you're working on a Marvel show, they will zoom it to like 2000%, and they will say there's a dot in that corner which you've left out. And that shot is kicked back after almost 2 months of work. But that's the way it is. They'll check all the 4 channels. So even the alpha channel, they will open up. You know what's an alpha channel? So in an image, so you have all the color channels, so the alpha. So they will even see the noise in that alpha channel and saying, no, it's not matching with my original source. Sorry, go back. So then you got to come back, start the whole process again, work from scratch, go to every stage. Imagine how frustrating it is. So I'm not trying to scare you guys. Don't misunderstand me. That's not the intention. All I'm saying is that you really need to be fully into it to be able to make something out of it. Okay? Whether it's animation or it's visual effects, is the same thing. Okay? Be it the animation students who want to do animation, good animation, if you really want to be like the Disney animation person, and there's a lot of that work happening now in India, and where I remember in 2009, we got to work on 007. You know how many shots? 5 shots. And we were touching the ceiling and saying, wow, we've done 007, 5 shots. And we were like, oof, we've done something. Okay? And in 2010, we had the entire show, Clash of the Titans. And we were killing ourselves to do the show. Why? Because we just delivered 5 shots of Quantum of Solace. You know, so one side you feel happy, and the next side you're like, Rogered. No going home, 18 hours a day, people are working, sweating it out. But we delivered that show in 8 weeks. Can you beat that? 2,000 shots in 8 weeks. And complete, we were like hiring people like crazy, training them on the job. I should tell people, Sham tak seekh gaya, theek hai, nahi to bhag ja. It was that tough. But those were the times. Now things are changing. Now you're learning everything, you're coming out of here. You need to have good rotoscopy skills. If you're a very good artist, okay, your rotoscopy skills need to be very good. You know what's rotoscopy? Everybody? Anybody? No? So if I take an image, take my image. If I need to separate and I put something in the background, I need to cut myself. So basically a matte cutting job, right? But now when you're doing it in moving images, it's called rotoscoping. If it's a single image, you just cut a matte and separate it out, right? So rotoscopy is a technique in moving images where you separate characters from the background or whatever you need to insert layers. That's rotoscopy, all right? You need to have very good rotoscopy skills because it helps you later when you're doing compositing as well. So if you miss out that stage, okay, and then later land in compositing, and you'll be like, iska roto kaise karu? Ye to maine sikha hi nahi. So one more thing which I, while I'm at that, I always tell people, take it stepwise. Don't take a lift to success. Take it stepwise. Go to every floor, learn what you have to learn, and then grow on to becoming an experienced artist. Because when you land up there and somebody asks you a question and saying, "Arey, वो second floor पे पकवान बट रहे थे, खाया नहीं?" नहीं सर, मुझे तो पता ही नहीं था, मैं तो लिफ्ट लेके आ गया. It shouldn't be that. ठीक है ना? So there is a lot of things that you learn at every stage. So rotoscopy is the very basic stage. Then you get into cleanup and paint. So cleanup is basically now you've separated. There's a hole behind, right? Because now you separate that image, there'll be a black hole, right? So painting is recreating the background. So either you'll create a clean plate separate, you'll push it in the back, you'll match it with the background, and you'll make a absolutely clean plate. So if you see some of the shots, I'll show you something where I should be able to explain it better. So I'll keep pausing it. So this is that rotoscopy stage, okay? This is a Spanish show. So basically now you see all these little hair strands. Each of these need to be separated from the background. All right, that's an easy job, right? Yeah, just hit a lasso, magic lasso, and it'll separate. Yeah, Photoshop guys? Let me tell you, people die. They bleed from their eyes when they're doing this, okay? It's so important. Because if you have wispies, we call them wispies in our language. So if you separate the character, you've done your comp, but you have some hair floating somewhere, okay? And it'll look really bad. So you have to separate like each and every hair stand. You see how it looks. You can see that? See Roto? Each and every hair stand is separated. Some of this, we clean it up because that is very difficult to manage. But then you got to do the cleanup in the entire shot. You can't leave half of it there and, you know, just work on half of it. This is the alpha channel. So you see every single channel to make sure that everything is looking absolutely perfect. Now look at this crowd. There are like so many people overlapping this, that. We had to change something in the background. So you had to actually separate all these characters in the foreground, okay, so the background could be changed. And there are people jumping, moving. This again. So this is how they shoot in chroma. So now they have to replace the background. So we have to do this, do the roto, and we send it back to the client. Then they will do the compositing, or somebody else will do it. You would have watched this. Crocodile? Crocs? Now in this, there's rain happening. Okay? You need to separate the characters because the background needs to be changed. They need to add the sky and lightning, and you know, it's a stormy scene, so it's all shot on green. So you need to actually replace the entire background to add depth, right? So I don't know if you guys have watched that movie I think it's Crocodile or something like that. I forget the name. But the whole thing is about these people are trying to evade themselves from the crocodiles that are there in the water. So you have to create that entire scene. So the entire background need to be replaced, showing lightning, there's thundering, there's clouds, there's, you know, everything in the background. So the entire black portion that you can see, that is what is separated. So there's a little bit of, you know, buildings and, you know, little more of that. So there'll be matte paintings added. That's that digital matte painting process where you make cards. So you make one matte painting, you layer it, then you put another matte painting, you layer that, you keep adding layers to that. You know, that's how matte painting works. Now this is that Deadpool character. Okay, so they wanted this to be a clean, absolutely clean slate. So you had to actually remove the character from this scene. You can see these walls here. Okay, there's some graffiti there, which was actually, you know, by mistake. So somebody from the set didn't notice that. But when they were on the shoot, when they were in post, they realized that that graffiti doesn't work for the actual show. The show is timed on some other date, and the graffiti is very current. So we had to clean up that. This is all the harnesses. This is all cleanups. Okay, so what you saw earlier was rotoscopy. Now this is cleanup. So guys hanging from the cliff, don't try this at home. They say that. There's a reason for that, because these guys use all the possible, you know, harnesses and ropes and everything. Don't try making social media videos like this. Okay, these are all very specialized people. So some characters were shot by mistake. So we had to clean up those characters, remove them. So now when you're cleaning up, obviously there'll be a little hole there, right? Because it won't be just automatic. Now magic tools are there. On your phone, you can easily remove something and put something in, but these are all moving images. You've got to match pixel and everything, so it has to be very, very detailed. So you remove the character, and then you recreate the entire background, okay, and make sure that it looks seamless. That's cleanup. So cleaning up is cleaning up, and paint is adding back. This is typically stop motion. Okay, now we needed to clean all the ropes that they were holding. So you can see this tar. It's basically a guy is supposed to be in the road. He's stuck in the road. So this was on a set. It's an elevated thing, and his whole neck was moving. He couldn't be still there. So we had to actually stabilize the whole thing. So this again, you clean it up, you make a fresh thing, and then you just make sure that it's stabilized. So it looks like concrete. asphalt as they call it. This is camera tracking. So what you do is you create an entire mesh of the entire location. It's a basically the geography of the entire location. And then you match your track points and you check your camera moves, because it's not possible to put camera track points on, these kind of shots. So these are all physically done by an individual. So they create an entire mesh of the location, and then each track point is marked on that. And you can get the entire camera data for you to then replace whatever you want to replace. So here we had to actually put pods. I think it's called Eden. And if you have watched Eden on Amazon, I think it's on Amazon, or it's called Paradise, Eden, Paradise and Eden, something like that. So all of these things are separated because there are little pods which are built in CG, and they're going to be placed over there in between. So the entire scene had to be tracked completely. So these are all meshes to get the geo right and geography right. And then you get your camera data from this, so you can place that correctly. And when you move, then it matches perfectly well. So that's just the first stage. There are many more stages to go. I'll need at least 2 to 3 hours to finish all of that, okay, if I actually go through that in detail. I'll open it up for questions if you guys have any. If there's anything more, I mean, I can show you, keep showing you stuff. It's all making and stuff like that, yeah.
Hey, this is Chintan. So I am from product design. And what I like your advice on is, as we've seen, you are moving from one field to another very quickly. And as you said, you have hired a ton of people very quickly. You have onboarded them very quickly, right? So what enables you to do this? A, as a leader or as a manager, you are jumping into fields and you are getting up to speed, and how do you enable your team to get up to speed?
It's a very good question because, and it's a tough one to answer as a leader. If I tell you how I really hired people, I never looked at the resumes. The HR used to do that. I used to only look for a person who is committed, and you can make out. There's a good vibe, when you meet people. I always look for vibes. If I get a good positive vibe, I don't care how good he is, how bad he is. I know I will make him into something. So that's been my way of hiring all the while, whether it's been my senior management or anybody. I've looked at skills, definitely. I look at a few skills that they have. I used to ask them funny questions. Ghar pe kaam karta hai kya? Mummy ko help karta hai? Kitchen mein kya karta hai? So you know how a person is, down to earth, humble. He has an attitude. So some of these things don't need, to be a qualified person. You just need to be a very good human being to get started somewhere in life. That's where I've been, and I've got the best opportunities in life, trust me. It's just been open. And like I said, my way of hiring was very different. When I hired the first time, I hired almost 200 people. We had no choice because we didn't have time for interviews, unfortunately. And I had to deliver a show which was 2,000 shots, and I had 8 weeks. So I just stood outside and we put it out that Prime Focus is hiring, and there were 400 people outside my studio. I said, how many of you know After Effects? There was nobody. I said, okay, Fusion, how many people? Still nobody. I said, ठीक है, कुछ तो आता रहेगा यार. Roto आता है क्या किसी को? Then there were multiple hands. I said, okay, software we'll teach you. Come inside. So we got people. I got my guys. We broke them into pods of 5 each, and we got them learning. So we delivered with absolute people who were fresh. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we just need people to say, yes, I want to be a part of this. I want to do this. Once you say that, like she said, I want to do something in VFX, but I want to get started. You have to start somewhere. Now, if you come with a preconceived notion that I have to become a supervisor because no, I have a degree, मेरे को तो यार नहीं, ये छोटा मोटा काम मैं नहीं करूँगा, तो आप रह गए फिर यार, वो नहीं हो पाएगा. That becomes very difficult. But if you want to start somewhere, I would say start from ground. You know, wherever it is, whether it is product design, whether it is animation, whether it is VFX or anything that you want to do. You know, if you want to work in the kitchen, start from chopping vegetables. Once you cut your finger once, then you know that how to use a knife again. Okay, till you don't do that, you don't know how to use a knife. एक एक काटेगा ऐसे नहीं थोड़ा होगा. You will not be able to work in a kitchen. So, and why I use all these analogies is for you to understand that you have to start with the basics somewhere. You can't reach the top directly. Directly पहुंच गए, एक दिन ऐसा आएगा जोर से गिरोगे और पता भी नहीं चलेगा. So that's one of the things that I want to leave all of you all with. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, please.
So before starting VFX, what else did you do? Like before getting into VFX, learning the software, learning the techniques, and learning overall how to create like the best scenario for that particular situation. How did you get that understanding?
I got kicked on my backside multiple times. Honestly, yeah, I'm being very, very candid at this. So when I moved to VFX, I was given the designation of head of production. I didn't know V of VFX at that time. So I asked Namit, who was my boss, he's still the owner of Prime Focus. I said, Namit, यार ये मैं कभी किया नहीं है. He said, यार तू इतना सारा काम किया, ये भी कर लेगा, जा, देख ले. That's, like I said, no, it's an opportunity. Somebody gives it to you, so you take it. So I went there, and I sat with these artists, and I was like, यार rotoscopy. Sorry, इसमें तो बहुत time लगेगा, एक महीने का काम है. And we're supposed to deliver the show in like next 2 days. So I went back to the supervisor and saying, यार ये बोल रहा है 1 महीना लगने वाला है, ये तो परसों delivery है. So he laughed at me. He said, you do one thing, go with the supervisor and ask the same question again. So I took my supervisor and I went and asked him, half an hour, I'll give it to you, I'm done. What I'm trying to say is, I had to get down from my post of head of production, become a production coordinator, learn every skill there was in the book, for me to be able to manage each process correctly, for me to be able to then start putting in saying, okay, this is what it takes for being a rotoscopy person or being a paint person. So I had to unlearn whatever that I had, you know, whether I learned it in the kitchen or whatever. I had to start with the basics. That means I had to see, you know, how rotoscopy is done. So I tried my hand at rotoscopy. I tried my hand at cleanup. It wasn't to be an artist, but it was then to be able to manage correctly and to be able to then provide some kind of a, you know, roadmap to somebody else who wanted to be the same. So you had to get your hands dirty, you know, so you have to start somewhere. So that's how I started. And I learned, you know, a few skills and I just kept growing with that, you know, one skill at a time, you're still getting better. And then you learn one process after the other. I've seen people growing, like I've had people changing from engineering, okay, they've come to VFX. That's again and that's why that encouraged me to write my paper on STEM to STEAM, where the whole idea was that science, technology, engineering, mathematics just include art and design, and you can become a super technically sound, you know, logical, whatever you call it, VFX artist. And that's what Bollywood and Hollywood need today. You need to be technically sound because laws of physics are very important. You can't have an explosion which doesn't go up. Yeah. So there are some things when a car dynamics, you know, how does, you know, a car flip? So what are the dynamics that are needed? There's laws of physics in that. Now, if you're an engineering student, you already know, you know, how to deal with all of those. So some of those things help. So it was at a time when, you know, a lot of engineering students were losing their jobs. They didn't know what. So I got together with a professor from College of Pune, College of Engineering Pune, COEP in Pune. I got together with him. I said, you know, it's an exciting idea. So we ran a special program there for those kids. I went and did a whole demo on them, you know, saying that we can try this. We started with editing, then we went into VFX. And they really got excited. So that became a specialized program over there. And that encouraged me to write this whole little bit of cliched engineering. Kya karega? Sirf engineering karega. But yes, you can become creative if you just add in a few, you know, specializations in that. So to answer again, you have to start somewhere. Once you start, you will automatically find your way, and you'll find your sweet spot on what you like and what gets you excited to do what you want to do. And then slowly you pave your way forward. Does that answer? Next, anyone?
So it's a very specific question.
Yeah, just be a little loud. It's on.
So the video that you just showed us for camera tracking part, what software is exactly used for that? And how do you create those meshes around any footage that you process in the software?
Everything is a process. There are plenty of softwares. I can give you 10 softwares. It's all about learning the skill on how to do it. So that's, there are certain tools that you got to learn for you to be able to track the geography of the place. And then you'll put little cones over there to get your track points. And then you will track camera data. So it all happens. So there's 3D equalizer, there's PF track, there's, Synthesize. So there are a lot of softwares that are there in the industry. Some are very expensive, some are very cheap.
Because we are currently learning camera tracking and all that in Nuke.
That's fine. That's more planar tracking and 2D tracking in Nuke. This is done mostly for 3D tracking. So you use softwares like Maya, Synthesize, 3D Equalizer, PF Track, all of those softwares. Mocha Pro. All right. So this is more 3D tracking what I showed you. What you're learning in Nuke is 2D tracking. That is also, 2D scalar tracking, what do you call it? So when you're tracking camera data on 2D images, you need tracking skills on Nuke as well.